Welcome to the Tacoma Park City Council meeting this evening. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kovar,
Here.
Councilmember Jabala,
Present.
Councilmember Kostick,
Here, I finally figured out my
Councilmember
audio,
Siemens?
so I'm glad I could hear you.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Searcy,
Oh, here. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
All right. Awesome.
Great. Welcome, everyone. All right. Looking at our agenda coming up for the next couple of weeks, on October 7th, we have, we'll continue with our recognitions for what organizations and individuals have done during COVID-19. We'll also have a recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day, proclamation of International Pronouns Day, and Energy Efficiency Day, all on next week on October 7th. Our voting session next week will include first reading ordinance authorizing FY21 budget amendment number 2. And then tentatively, we have a number of items, depending on how our work session goes this evening. We have tentatively an emergency ordinance freezing appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees, an emergency ordinance providing for short-term appointments. Tentatively, we have a resolution adopting a committee code of conduct, and tentatively a resolution providing for appointments to the Tree Commission. Our work sessions next week include preparation for the 2021 legislative session with the city's legislative advocate, proposed city procurements, and an election update. And then on the following week, Wednesday, October 14th, again, for the record, we'll have recognitions. Our voting session will include the second reading ordinance of the budget amendment, or ordinance approving procurements, and tentatively the first reading ordinance on principles of compensation. And then we'll have a resolution regarding public art expenditures to follow up on the presentation we had last week. Our work sessions for the 14th include an update on the climate change resolution action and COVID-19 support check-in. And then on October 21st, our voting session tentatively will be the second reading ordinance on principles of compensation. Our work sessions will be a presentation on stormwater and an update on elections. And the stormwater presentation is tentative. We are trying to get some experts to come to the city, and we're still scheduling that. So hopefully it will take place. So for this evening, our first recognition tonight is for a proclamation recognizing Small Things Matters for distributing food to the community during COVID-19 pandemic. And I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Small Things Matters, a nonprofit founded on the idea that small acts of kindness can make a big impact on someone's life, and the organization has been involved in food distribution, literacy, and charity efforts. And whereas as the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the organization worked to provide fresh produce, dairy, and staples to the people in the community in need of food. And whereas the organization scaled up from 10,000 pounds of food for 300 families in April to 100,000 pounds of food per month for more than 1,000 families by June. And whereas the organization partnered with the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Co-op, Wegmans, Imperfect Food, the Sing Foundation, the Montgomery County Food Council, Montgomery County Public Schools, and accepted community donations. And whereas food distribution has taken place at a number of locations, including the co-op, more than 15 apartment complex and retirement homes, and a number of elementary schools. And whereas over 10,000 hot meals have been distributed in partnership with Silver Spring Cares, the Sing Foundation, No Kid Hungry in Montgomery County, and the organization engaged teens in providing food support by making 999 casseroles, 43,917 baked items, 22,413 sandwiches, 8,441 bags of rice and beans to share at their food distributions and with LGBTQ plus youth at Casa Ruby. And whereas in addition to food, 4,000 new books and more than 1,000 member-made cloth masks have been distributed, and teens also spread kindness by putting together 879 school supply bags, 1,787 friendship bracelets, and 16,414 cards for the elderly. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, do hereby express appreciation of Small Things Matters for the remarkable assistance to the community during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I don't know if was Roxanne able to join us tonight? I was checking. I don't see her, but I'm sure we will get the proclamation to her, and just want to thank her so much for all her assistance. And then next, I will be delivering a proclamation to Mark's Kitchen on Friday afternoon at 3 p.m. It's their 30th anniversary, and Mark sent a quote that I'd like to read to everyone. He said, "I get tremendous fulfillment from knowing that the people of Tacoma Park have not only supported me with their patronage, but also their spirit and their friendship. I hesitate to describe my 30 years of labor as work because I spent it all with people I came to recognize as friends. I am forever indebted to the people of Tacoma Park for their support. In hopes of repaying the community, I have developed a series of specials to commemorate 30 years of business. The dishes are takes on classic Korean dishes that I enjoyed in my childhood. They greatly enrich me and help shape me as a person. I hope that they will do the same for you." So we just want to celebrate Mark and Mark's Kitchen. And it is also this year the 12th anniversary of the Olive Lounge, which I can't believe that's 12 years. Sorry. That went by really fast. So those are our recognitions and proclamations for this evening. Our first item up on our agenda is our racial equity best practices. And we're very excited to have Jordan Battle back with us. Jordan was an intern with us this summer, and I'm so disappointed that COVID happened, that we weren't able to spend more time together in person. But I think, do I first turn it over to Jessica, to you to sort of frame this up?
All right. Yeah,
Great.
I just wanted to say that, Jordan, it was a pleasure to work with you. And Jordan already gave her presentation to our GARE cohort and to Susie and I, and it was very well received, chock full of information. And we're so glad that she's taken a break out of her busy semester to come and give it again. So Jordan, we'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Jordan, and I'm a senior at University of Maryland. And I interned with the City of Tacoma Park over the summer. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And there we go. So throughout the summer, my main role as an intern with the city was to help focus on our racial equity initiative. And it was definitely a very, very informative experience. And I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to present to you all of the research that I found. Let's see. So first, I wanted to provide you a little snapshot of the steps that I took over the summer on our racial equity initiative. First, I wanted to become more familiarized with what race equity resources we had to us and what we were already using. So I became very familiar with GARE, NLC Real, watched a bunch of webinars. And then my next step was to start talking with people who are stakeholders in race equity. So I set up meetings with all 4 of the GARE representatives, and that was a very helpful moment to be able to fully understand what Tacoma Park has already been doing with race equity, and learning just more about how GARE operated and how we can move forward from our involvement with GARE. And then the 2 meatier parts of what I focused on was conducting race equity research and to figure out the best practices that other city governments are using to apply a race equity framework into all of their operations. And finally, I was able to create a race and ethnicity report on city staff, which I'll be presenting the findings for that later on in the presentation. So first, in terms of the race equity best practices that I was able to research, this was a combination of, again, watching webinars, doing my own research with GARE, and also I had the opportunity to meet with a handful of race equity coordinators in different cities across the country. And through these interviews and my own research, I created a little matrix that city staff can use moving forward to advance race equity work in the city. And basically, it's just a way to better understand how race equity can be applied into the day-to-day operations of a city government. So how to apply a toolkit, what toolkit are other cities using, how is community engagement a part of the conversation, budgeting, all of that. So all city staff should have access to this, and I encourage you to check it out and maybe ask Jessica for more information. After all of the research that I was able to collect, I came to the conclusion of 3 final recommendations for the city. The first being accountability, training, and then keeping people informed on the race equity efforts that the city is doing. So for the first recommendation of accountability, I recommend that Tacoma Park establishes race equity department leads. This way, race equity frameworks can then be ensured that they're actually being applied to every initiative that we're doing. And there will be one person in each department who is really making sure that the conversations are happening. And second, I recommend that the toolkit that we use is a condensed version from GARE, because I recognize that for each initiative that the city puts forward, time availability can vary, and the GARE toolkit requires like 6 questions with like 3 questions within each question. And I want to respect city staff's time in terms of project implementation. So I recommend a condensed version, which I will get into in my next slide of what that could actually look like. But this little graphic that I made is a short little snapshot of how a race equity toolkit could actually look like in each department. So a staff member completes a shortened racial equity toolkit for a given project or initiative. The race equity department lead can then look over that toolkit. And again, keeping up with the accountability theme, I recommend that the toolkit is not only considered in the beginning of a project, but during the implementation and completion of the project as well. And I think it would also be really helpful to publish each completed toolkit on a given initiative's webpage or in a report. And I'll go more into what a report could look like later on in the presentation. But these are just ways to ensure that each toolkit is really being thought out and being completed for each initiative. So Iowa City is going to be mentioned a lot throughout my presentation because I had a really great conversation with their race equity coordinator. And so for the accountability portion, after talking with her, she shared with me that the toolkit that they use is 3 steps and 3 different questions rather than the 6 questions proposed by GARE. And those 3 questions are: what is the impact of the proposal on determinants of equity? Step 2, who is affected by the proposal? Step 3, opportunities for action. And these 3 questions are very similar to the consideration statements that we have, which I do want to acknowledge. I think the consideration statements have been a really great way to get the conversations going regarding race equity for each given initiative. And all a toolkit is the next step in ensuring that the conversations are being had throughout the entire implementation of a given project. And again, with Iowa City, each department receives training on how to actually apply the toolkit, because you can't expect people to fill out a toolkit if they don't know how to use it. And one example that I found that Iowa City used a completed toolkit for, which again was just these 3 questions, was regarding library services and overdue fines for children. They completed this full toolkit, and after doing so, they realized that the benefit of receiving the extra income for the city with the overdue fines did not outweigh the burden that it placed on low income and minority children. So they decided to remove all overdue fines for any children related books at a library. And I just thought that was a really cool example of how they used this toolkit and saw this disparity between low income and high income children, and then they reshaped the policies within their own government. And again, I wanted to make sure that all of the information that I was providing the city could actually be translated to a city such as Takoma Park. So I went ahead and applied this mini version of the toolkit, these 3 questions, to a initiative that Takoma Park already has. Their America Walks grant aims to create a sensory fitness route called Walk in Someone Else's Shoes. And it's basically a route that will have different destinations that explain equity and other things targeted for children. So I just did a quick little toolkit analysis of this project using these 3 questions. And one thing that I just want to highlight is, because Takoma Park is a small city, I understand the limitations that we have in terms of data availability. So I just wanted to show that I was able to complete this condensed version of the toolkit with the data that I had available to me. I utilized the public space demographic map and the open spaces amenities map. And there I was able to look at the destinations where the route was aimed for and found that it was an accessible route for all people in the city. It was ADA compliant. And this can just be used as an example moving forward for city staff to see how we can use the data that we've already collected for future projects moving forward. And then another toolkit example that I wanted to highlight was with Carrboro, North Carolina. Carrboro is more similar to Takoma Park in population size than Iowa City, for example. And the reason why I wanted to highlight Carrboro is I found a full toolkit analysis that they completed for their community and workforce equity project. And what I want to highlight here is the data sources that they used. They utilized the US Census, the American Community Survey, the Department of Commerce, and their county demographics. And I think because Takoma Park shares a similar size in the same data limitations, this full toolkit, which again is available in my staff folder, I think it really shows that even though we are small, even though we don't have as many resources as bigger cities, we can still utilize the data that we do have and apply it to whatever initiative that we are using. All right, and then for my second recommendations, it's to increase trainings, and not only increase trainings, but report out to the community what training city staff are receiving regarding race equity. I think, again, it's really important to be transparent to the community of what training city staff are receiving. And in terms of resources of finding good race equity trainings, I recommend that the city utilizes GARE, NLC Real, and the website racialequitytools.org. They have a lot of resources on that webpage in terms of trainings, topics, and a couple topics that I think would be beneficial for city staff to receive training on is how to actually use a racial equity toolkit, the history of systemic racism, white privilege, implicit bias, community engagement, public safety. Those are just a few, and I'm sure there are many more that we could implement trainings for. And again, Iowa City. So they release reports a lot, and I recognize that Tacoma Park does not have the same capacity that Iowa City does, but I still thought that the reports that they do release for race equity are very informative, and this snapshot just attests to the fact that we should be telling community members what trainings staff are receiving on race equity. So I just wanted to include that in there. And then the last two recommendations kind of combine this final recommendation of keeping people informed on the race equity efforts that the city is implementing. Before I left over the summer, I looked over the Race Equity Initiative webpage on the website, and I came up with a couple of recommendations to Jessica on ways we can better highlight the race equity efforts that we are already doing, because it's definitely much more than other cities are, and we should definitely be relaying that out to community members. Should really be highlighted is the bus stop improvement plan. I actually got to have a meeting with Roz, and she was very helpful in explaining how race equity was considered during the implementation of that project. So that's one example. And then again, I think the city should consider publishing some sort of race equity report, whether that's annually, biannually. And again, it's just a great way to be accountable and to relay information out to the public. Some examples that can be included in the report are, again, what trainings we've completed, the staff diversity report that I've done, commission demographics, which I know council has been involved with, the toolkit analyses, and an example of traffic stop demographics. Those are just to name a few, and I think, you know, the city should consider releasing some sort of report. One area that I wanted to highlight is Fairfax. Fairfax has been doing a lot of race equity work within their city operations, and their webpage is very helpful. And this snapshot is of a little infographic I got from their webpage, which clearly says the goals and focus areas of the Race Equity Initiative, and telling people how we're actually applying race equity to their initiatives. And then again, lastly, last time I mentioned Iowa City, they release annual reports, quarterly reports, monthly newsletters. Again, much bigger capacity, but this race equity report card is a snapshot from one of their reports. And this, again, is just another example of how we can report out to the community the data that we collect relating to race equity. And speaking of data, I had the privilege of collecting staff demographic data over the summer, and a quick glance at the data that I collected. Total city staff is about 234 people. Full-time staff is 151, and that is including elected officials, so that would be council and the mayor. 83 part-time staff, and 44% identify as female, and 58% identify as a person of color. And for this report, when I refer to people of color, that includes Black or African American, Hispanic or Latino, Asian, and 2 or more races. I am fully aware and acknowledge that there are disparities within each one of those subgroups, and there is a fuller report available to city staff that has each breakdown. But for this presentation, I will be referring to those groups as people of color. And if we look at this little chart on the screen, you can see that white staff make up 42.3%, Black or African American staff make up 41.45%, and then 12.39% for Hispanic or Latino, 2.56% for Asian, and about 1% for 2 or more races. And after I collected this total data, I wanted to break it down by each department. So in this graph, I found that the majority of employees of color work in the recreation, police, and public works departments. And I will be having a deeper dive into this data in a few later slides, but I wanted to first present the data that I found first. So that is the department data. And then I also wanted to take a step further and analyze the demographics by salary. So I did this by focusing on part-time staff salary and then full-time staff salary. And for the part-time staff salary, I found that the majority of staff working for the city of Tacoma Park make between $10 to $20 an hour. And of the 83 part-time staff, 50 identify as a person of color. And again, I will be doing a deeper dive into this data momentarily. And then for full-time staff, I found that the majority of staff working for the city of Tacoma Park make between $40,000 to $80,000 annually, and of the 151 full-time and elected staff, 86 identify as a person of color. So the takeaways from this data, I wanted to compare the lowest, middle, and highest thresholds for part-time and full-time salaries. And as you can see in these two charts, we can first focus on the part-time staff salary. The middle thresholds tend to be distributed very closely. So $17 to $18 an hour is a 50-50 split. $15 to $16 an hour is a 45 to 55 split. But as you can see, staff that makes $13 to $14 an hour is majority people of color, being 93% versus 7% white. And then vice versa, those making $20 to $40 an hour, the majority are white, being 66% versus 33% identifying as a person of color. These trends can be seen in the full-time staff as well. The lowest threshold that I use is not including the council salary. So I started that at $40,000 to $60,000 a year and found that the majority of those employees identify as people of color, being 77% versus 23% white. And then again, going to the highest threshold, 120,000 to 200,000, 33% identify as a person of color versus the majority, 66% identifying as white. And the takeaway that I want to focus on for these data points, I think more can be done in terms of data collection moving forward with HR. So I think it would be really helpful to collect race and ethnicity data by position level, so we can use the salary demographics and compare that with the position levels. I think it will also be helpful to collect race and ethnicity data on progression throughout an interview process. So let's say majority of people of color don't make it past step 2. That's something that's worth noting. Overall, though, I think I wanted to give a shout out to Tracy, the HR director, because I worked closely with her throughout the summer, getting all of this data together. And diversity and race and ethnicity is definitely a priority in the Human Resources Department. So I encourage them to continue considering diversity during their hiring practices. Obviously, do not recommend a quota because that is illegal. But I think having these conversations in hiring practices is very important. And also just continuing to include employees of color within the decision-making process. I'm just presenting this data that I found, but I think more can be done to fully analyze the data that I found and the disparities that are within the data. And I encourage HR and other city staff to look more into that. And finally, to close, after all of that data, all of the research that I found, there are 3 actionable items that I recommend for the city of Tacoma Park. First, creating race equity department leads is a tangible way to ensure accountability. Second, to require mandatory race equity trainings for all city staff. And third, to report race equity efforts back out to the community to ensure that the people of Tacoma Park realize how much Tacoma Park is actually making race equity a priority. And to close out, I found this random quote at this random document from the GARE Pacific Northwest cohort. Very random, but it resonated with me, so I wanted to include it. And it's work done with good intentions does not produce racial equity, or it would have already. We need to focus on systemic impact. And so with that, I am looking forward to the discussions during the rest of this meeting and any questions you have. And I'm looking forward to Jessica's presentation to see what Tacoma Park has done since I left. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jordan, for this presentation. It was great. We're glad that you were with us this summer and able to pull this all together. And terrific that you could join us this evening. I just want to open it up and see if any of my colleagues have any questions for Jordan. We will be coming back to this topic with our deputy city manager in a bit during one of our work sessions. So we'll be diving into it more, but I want to also give people the opportunity to ask Jordan any questions about the research she did this summer and some of the recommendations she's putting forward. So let me. Councilman Searcy. I don't think we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Great. Well, first, I just want to say thank you so much, Jordan, for your work. I was hoping as you were presenting, I was like, let's get to some wage data. Let's get to some wage data. And I was so happy when we got to the wage data. So I was excited about that. I think you did a very comprehensive job in exploring, ways in which we might be able to kind of close some gaps in terms of our staff representation, as well as training opportunity or training needs that staff have. One of the things that I wonder, because I know that you spoke a lot with Iowa, and I looked at some of their demographic data, and I guess their racial makeup is not very comparable to us. And so one of the things that I was wondering is, did they talk at all about, the racial composition of their city and why, how that might also sway or made their race equity work more difficult? Did they have to do any extra kind of outreach in order to kind of get some things off of the ground, or is that why they really tried to focus more on staff, making sure that staff are well trained and aware and evaluating their own internal processes? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. That was a great question. During my conversations with Iowa City, it was definitely acknowledged the differences between Tacoma Park and Iowa City, especially size. And from my understanding, they focus more on staff, race, and ethnicity efforts because they figured that if you work on it internally, then you can move forward in doing outreach and all of that. And we didn't talk much about the demographics of Iowa City and whether that would sway any decisions. But from my conversations with her, most people seem to be on board with having her as like a full-time staff person, them having all of these extra steps that they have to do to ensure race equity is being implemented.
Great. Thank you. And I know that we'll hear from Jessica shortly, and I think this may be a question for her, and I'm happy to wait until we have a presentation. But one of the things that I noticed in Jordan's data is that there's clearly, it looks as if, part-time staff that there's a higher kind of wage gap in terms of part-time staff, lower wages, more Black and brown employees versus those more administrative or higher paid positions. And so one question that might be, again, for Jessica, and I don't want to steal your thunder, I haven't seen your presentation, but are there steps that we can take as a city to create growth opportunities for some of our more junior, part-time, and even full-time staff of color so that they can grow into some of these, which I only assume the higher tiered jobs are typically management and administrative, right? Are we creating those opportunities or those pathways for staff? Because sometimes it's about, to qualify for that deputy director, someone had to give you like a supervisory job. And in order to get that supervisory job, so what are we doing to create those pathways for growth opportunities? And we've talked a lot about succession planning, and I think this is key. So if we have a lot of greener people of color in public works, in the rec department, in certain departments, what are we doing to try to groom and grow talent into some of those higher tier positions, which might ultimately help to close some of the gaps that we're seeing at some of our higher tier positions. So, Jordan, I don't want to lose that thought because I thought of it while you were presenting your data, but definitely would be a question for the city manager and deputy city manager as we're talking about steps that we're taking to try to close those gaps. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you, Jocelyn. Jordan, this was really awesome. I thought you were doing one piece of it instead of several pieces of it, and it was just fabulous to see how they all fit together. Say a little bit more about the training for all staff, not just for the staff that have been trained already. What works in other communities that you've looked at? What would you recommend there, and over how long?
For sure. From what I've seen from other cities, when they do citywide staff trainings, they'll set aside specific times throughout the year where it's like, it could be a day, half of a day, where all city staff is expected to participate. And I think that would be the best course of action because if we want to like fully apply race equity throughout city operations, everyone within the city government should be trained on how that looks like. The city can set different standards for different staff, but I think there should be a threshold of training every year that all city staff complete.
Is that it, Councilman DeBala? Yeah, great. Councilman Kostick.
Thank you very much, Jordan. I just want to reiterate my thanks for your work on this project and for the really useful information that is coming out of it. In particular, as Councilmember Searcy said, I'm really interested to dig a little deeper into the statistics you found in terms of breakdown on salary and part-time versus full-time staff. I just wanted to ask, as I was looking through your presentation, I just wanted to dig a little deeper in terms of the reporting and the report recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting that you mentioned that Iowa City does more reports, and I was curious whether that is sort of just, and if your understanding is they just in general as sort of a method of governance do a lot of reports, or if that's specific to race equity and their approach to race equity. And then I was curious whether in any of the work that you did, if you found examples of other communities reassessing or assessing their racial equity initiative through a process with the community. I know a lot of these initiatives are still relatively new, but I was wondering if you found any examples of people or communities going out and working with community members and understanding how effective from their perspective the initiative was. And then maybe from a data perspective, looking at factors like changes over time in unemployment rates or cost burden levels or things like that, just to sort of measure over time what those demographic changes are.
Yeah, so with Iowa City, I'm not sure how widespread reporting is across all initiatives that they do, but with my conversations with the race equity coordinator, it seemed to me that because they had such an established race equity department, that reporting just kind of made sense. Again, their capacities are much bigger than Tacoma Park. That's why they have such frequent reportings. And then for the second question, yeah, so with most of the people that I was able to speak with, their main advice was to include the community with any race equity work that you do. One of the sections in the matrix that I made focused on community engagement. I believe one city, I can't remember which one, made like a community engagement outreach toolkit. So again, like I definitely think that having the community involved, even if it's primarily focused on internal race equity work, is still a priority across all cities that I've researched and have talked to.
Great, thank you very much.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for able to come back to give the presentation. Appreciate that. I just had a few questions in terms of the staffing. And so you mentioned the idea of hiring or having somebody be the race equity leads overall, but then in each department. So is that one new staff and otherwise existing staff and departments would be designated with that? Can you just clarify that point?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about this with Jessica in terms of figuring out what it could actually look like. And what our vision was to have race equity leads with existing staff. So whether it be voluntarily or they are told you're going to complete this training and now be the race equity lead, it's just somebody within each department who is sort of doing that second check on initiatives to make sure that a toolkit has been completed.
But then there would be one person separate from each of those who would be an overall, under the recommendation, would be an overall chief race equity officer or something to that effect?
So we did not, with my conversations with Jessica, we were not envisioning having a full-time race equity coordinator right now. I think that's something that Tacoma Park could look into in the future, but our first step was to establish these race equity leads with existing staff in each department.
But some of the other communities that you looked at, did they have both someone in the department and an overall director of it?
Yeah, and one thing that I noticed is recently within the rise of racial injustice, a lot of cities have now been hiring one full-time staff person.
But even a smaller place, is it Carborough, which is more our size? Had they done that? Or?
Yeah, they have what they did was they gave their Parks and Rec director a second title as their race equity coordinator. So she's been leading all of those initiatives.
And just one other question. You know, this past week we established this task force that's going to be providing us with advice and recommendations on reimagining public safety and policing and so on. And then there's the potential that after they deliver their final report that the task force may stay in operation for a while if we decide that that's something that we want to do. Did these communities typically have some sort of outside group of stakeholders, either ad hoc or on an ongoing basis, that were providing advice? And if so, can you just say a few words about that?
Yeah, I would say that almost every city that has a full-time staff person also had some sort of committee or task force with community members as well. A lot of cities had a human rights commission committee that they focus race equity on within that commission. So that was definitely the trend that I saw, having a full-time staff person and a task force. But I think in cities closer in size to Tacoma Park, it was less frequent. But I would have to go back into the matrix to, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Councilmember Smith.
Ms. Battle, thank you so much for your work on this issue. Couple questions. One, I'm trying to wrap my head around the racial equity leads, whether it's one person or a number of people within an organization. What authority line are they in an organization? Do they have the right to stop a policy or tell the originator of a policy that this does not meet our racial equity goals and you have to go back to the drawing table? Or is it just more of they have a recommendation that the council or whatever elected body says that, well, this is what we think racial equity should look like, and that policy could go forward, that program could go forward. They just don't have the authority to stop it or make changes.
Yeah, so I don't really, Jessica may have more thoughts about that. I know before I left, I wanted to schedule a interview with the Montgomery County equity coordinator because she recently implemented a departmental race equity leads. And I was hoping to get more information about that with talking with her, but unfortunately that didn't get to happen. So Jessica, if you have any ideas on how that would.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go into that in my work session, so I think we can come back to that. That's a great question, Councilman Smith, and I made a note.
And you said that, I think it was Iowa City, they provide a lot of information on their racial equity efforts. Is there any information that they're holding back? I mean, everybody tries to be transparent, right? But are there certain areas where they're saying, no, we can't show this because of whatever the reason is? Or is it just a data dump? They just take everything and make it available for residents?
If so, my conversations with the race equity coordinator, she didn't say. From my impression, the majority of the data that they collect, they release. But I'm not sure because we didn't really go in depth on if they were collecting other types of data that they weren't publishing out.
Do they hire data scientists to sift through the data and propose hypotheses and see whether or not this data lives up to that or some alternative hypothesis?
From my impression of my conversations, the race equity coordinator just handles all of the data collection and analyses.
Okay. Are any institutions, higher learning universities, part of these efforts in these other municipalities?
I'm not sure with Iowa City, but one of the interviews that I had, they did recommend utilizing any local universities you have to help do this. And since Tacoma Park is in close proximity to University of Maryland, that's definitely an avenue that I think can be explored.
And then finally, what is the goal? I mean, all these, this is like for a number of jurisdictions, this is the new thing. What are they actually trying to accomplish, and what does that look like a year from now, 5 years, 10 years from now?
I would say that the goal is, for right now, taking the next steps from just having the conversations to seeing how race equity is being affected in any policy or initiative, if possible, during the implementation of a policy, try to remedy that disparity that may be present, and then having the toolkit applied to like a completed project can assess maybe or inspire a different policy that could help that outcome. Do I think that this is going to solve all of the race equity problems that we have in society? Absolutely not. But I think it's a great way for internally city governments to have a concrete way to apply race equity frameworks into. So I would say that this is the second step in a process that is very long and very ongoing. But we had the conversation started with the consideration statements. Now let's fill out full toolkits for everything that we do, and then many more later on.
And in your opinion, Ms. Battle, what would be the third step?
Third step would be to use the toolkits that have been completed to help create and shift policy moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Battle.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Battle, for this presentation and the great amount of work that you've done on this. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation for your mentioning me in your presentation. I'm the guy that had the good intentions when we started to consider racial equity in the various resolutions and work that the council does. Good intentions, but I didn't have any idea how to do it. And now you have really been helpful in starting to build a framework that we could use to know so that I can know what I'm doing. I'm sure my colleagues all knew what they're doing. But so that I know, have more information so that we can do a better job moving forward. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I wanted to add to, I think it was Councilman Kostick that talked about the reporting. And I know you mentioned the current, page on the website that has some information. I know our former deputy city manager had worked with the National League of Cities on creating a roadmap and looking at the work ahead. And unfortunately, with him moving on and the and COVID-19, that I guess that was last updated last March. And so I agree with you. There's a lot of work that the staff are doing, and I think it's a great idea to have a report because it helps with the accountability as well as keeping track of the work that's being done. So thank you for that suggestion and for the whole presentation. And I'm glad you could join us tonight. I don't know if you're able to stay with us during the work session, but we very much enjoy that. So great. All right. So we'll move on from the presentation, and then we'll have public comments and then get into our work sessions. Let's see. I think we're going to start with Mr. Gibson. If he is here, and he requested additional time this evening. So do we have Mr. Gibson with us?
We do. He'll be joining in a moment.
Okay.
Unmute. Start video. Hi, thank you. This is Randy Gibson. Should I begin? I'm not sure how this works.
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, honey. Well, first of all, greetings to you all and for all the hard work that you do. My name is Randy Gibson. I've lived in Tacoma Park for nearly 30 years now, and I'm here to support restoring sustainable habitat on a portion of Dorothy's Woods for environmental and demonstration purposes. I won't go into summarizing the Tacoma Park Mobilization Tally proposal, which is yours to read. I'll simply point out a few salient points. One, the climate emergency is an existential crisis requiring expedited action by the council, staff, and residents. It's clear that faced with multiple crises, the city council and employees cannot address climate emergency and environmental degradation alone. It takes a village, quote unquote, is especially true now. Fortunately, Tacoma Park is blessed with many committed and talented residents who will help. Tally has engaged many in the community who want to do their part. Furthermore, many have expressed a willingness to assist in the funding, the design, the implementation, and future maintenance of our proposed project. Point 2, Dorothy's Woods is a 2.68 acre, mostly wooded parcel. At the base of the property is a degraded basketball court that prevents the natural soaking of rainwater into the ground. The city paid $253,000 for the property. About 69,400 of which was donated by residents, adding hours and days of volunteer labor in Dorothy's Woods. Point 3, acquired the Dorothy's Woods property from development and to preserve the property in its undeveloped natural state, quote unquote. It further states that, quote, walking paths and other passive recreational activities that do not result in destruction of or harm the viability of the trees and other vegetation on Dorothy's Woods property are permitted. Members of the public shall have free and open access to the Dorothy's Woods property for passive recreational uses, unquote. So lastly, the Tally proposal that you have before you aims to restore healthy soil, native plants, and attract pollinators as part of a sustainable habitat at Dorothy's Woods, and to leverage its educational value to other sites, both public and private, throughout the city. This is clearly consistent with the Dorothy's Woods Conservation Covenant. It seems to me that prompt review by the city attorney should be seen simply as due diligence. So, following your vote and the attorney review, I trust that you will, as soon as possible, support the proposal itself. 2 postscripts here, because we're continuing to work on the proposal and our design. There is an active effort to engage youth. There will be an active effort to engage youth in our community to learn from this educational site about native plants, about climate change, and to further involve them and their families at the site across the community. With that, I will leave it to you, and I sincerely hope that you'll vote for the attorney review, and also very soon thereafter, look at our proposal, and we are anxious to move forward on this. I've been discussing this proposal since February with council members Casey and Cindy.
Mr. Gibson, that's 5 minutes. Thank you. Great. Next we have Tracy Duvall.
You're muted, Tracy.
You might have been happier that way. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I have a few comments about Tacoma Junction. I live directly across Columbia Avenue from the proposed development's above-ground garage and terrace. First, some say that they support basically any plan for the junction because they don't like the ugly parking lot. So how is it possible to support imposing an ugly parking garage on our neighborhood? I don't mean that it would be ugly compared to the average parking garage. I mean that it would simply be ugly, as the vast majority of parking garages are. You could avoid a lot of hassles by making the current lot attractive and calling it a day. Put up a facade that matches the shelter across the street and you're done. But if ugly parking facilities are your bugaboo, you shouldn't support NDC's proposal to stick one across the street from us. Second, NDC has recently replied to lists of questions from Councilmember Kostyuk and Mayor Stewart. I would urge you to not trust assurances from any corporation, much less this one. For example, NDC states that the proposed terrace in back wouldn't be used, but what's to stop tenants from actually using it? And this proposed policy could change over the years as management of the development changes. In short, any protection for our neighborhood needs to be built in. In this case, a nice high wall might do the trick. Third, one benefit mentioned in the development's favor is that it would bring ancillary capital improvements that would be free. Also, an increase in tax revenues is expected. But how much will this constitute relief for Tacoma Park residents? A holistic analysis would include the fact that one way or another, the funds, whether from rent or taxes, would ultimately come from customers of the businesses in the junction. Insofar as they cater to residents of Tacoma Park, we will be the source of those funds. Indeed, insofar as customers at the junction would otherwise have frequented other local businesses, there wouldn't even be an increase in tax revenues. Overall, the amounts coming from residents might be the lion's share, given that the very design of the project assumes a lot of walk-up clients. Finally, are you tired of all this? Imagine that you approve any plan that requires extensive changes to the various roads, bus stops, bike facilities, and walkways around the junction. What would that process be like? The current debate would be a mere prelude. The way to reduce, if not eliminate, all these hassles is to make clear now that the junction development should be modest in size and confined to the currently paved area on the hilltop. Thank you.
Thank you. See, next we have, Susan Miller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Great. Sue Miller, Ward 3, good evening. Councilman Jarrett Smith spearheaded the idea of including racial equity impacts for city actions in 2016 and co-sponsored the resolution committing us to that idea in 2017. That resolution required the city to produce a racial equity impact statement for every city action. Before and after that landmark resolution, Councilman Smith's words from the dais on race and racism have been consistently prophetic and the moral compass of this council. I would note that the city's dismantling of our commitment to racial equity impact statements was missing from tonight's agenda packet. So I want to review that for the record. As you all remember, the city issued not one, but two erroneous racial equity impact statements for the junction development, statements written by staff that served to promote the development at the cost of racial equity. Both were retracted after public outcry from Black and other residents. Those residents have been calling for years now to no avail for a transparent and public rubric for racial impact impact created by and applied by Black and Brown residents. I'm here tonight to support and amplify that message because this is a community matter and everyone in the community must take responsibility for dismantling systemic racism, whether it's in policing, in gentrification, or in inequitable access to resources. Hiring a racial equity staff person checks off a box and continues to expand staff. It's not going to fix the systemic issue of city actions taken without input from the communities that are most impacted. Those communities need to be providing input as essential stakeholders, not just informed later. So I'm here tonight to review this history and to support Councilman Smith in his long time and continued efforts to address racial inequity in our city. His proposal to provide internet at a time when families must rely on it for education and for access to the very workings of the Zoom Council here would be a wise, concrete, and direct action. I support Councilman Smith's innovative and groundbreaking proposals on racial equity generally, and this proposal specifically, and I would urge the council to recognize his historic leadership of our city in this crucial area. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next we have Ms. Landman. Oh, Ms. Landman, you're still muted.
When will I learn? Jessica Landman.
Now we can
Ward
hear you.
1. Thank you. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Colleen Cordes, who couldn't be here tonight, to let you know about some troubling things that she learned when the Environment Committee met recently with the architects working on the library's design. As our city seeks to be a leader on climate preparedness, I hope that none of us are okay with what I'm about to report. Number one, the architects said they're struggling to get the design up to the silver level of LEED certification. And not because the city is pushing them, but because the county building permits process requires it. And silver LEED should not be good enough for a climate emergency city like Takoma Park for its own building. Number two, the architects seemed unaware of the city's 2020 climate emergency framework that was passed by the council back in March. They said they hadn't read it, and I was wondering who should have been responsible for informing them and then calling on them to aim high as the climate emergency framework calls for. And by the way, that makes me wonder whether anyone has brought this resolution to the attention of NDC, busily working on the Tacoma Junction design, also a city project. The county is poised to make the 2018 International Green Construction Code mandatory for new buildings. But the library's lead architect said his team hasn't looked yet at how that 2018 code compares to what they are currently doing. My question, will we be paying twice for them to design again up to the new anticipated green code when we've already spent $1.5 million in architecture fees? Number four, the glass box design that the council has expressed the most support for would generate energy costs about 20 to 30% above those of a building with a conventional amount of windows. And also, the glass would be more expensive to construct compared to, for example, brick, the way we have it now. Next, number five, most, if not all, of the trees in front of the library would be cut down. Much earlier in the process, before the expanded footprint, it was just going to be one tree. And finally, they are not taking steps in this design to design the building for rainfall events and flooding that go beyond the traditional 100-year flood requirements, the baseline and minimum requirements. They said they're not taking into account how climate change already has or soon will make current standards based on old rainfall calculations from the past obsolete. We need to ask, we understand the architects have not been in regular touch with our sustainability manager. Why not? They did agree to begin regular consultations now, but why did it require prodding from the Environment Committee for that to happen? So I urge the council to pay closer attention to these real world design and cost issues for our most costly community undertaking at a site that is at risk due to climate change already, and we are in a climate and economic emergency. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Landman. And our last public commenter tonight is Ms. AJ Campbell.
Hello there. I want to tell you a story about Life in Ward 5. I was putting up flyers about the community conference call that Councilmember Smith is holding to get vital information to our ward about keeping people in their housing, keeping kids in school, and getting internet access and a computer, when I ran into a woman who I had seen around the ward before. She looked at the flyer I was putting up, and she was so relieved that it was not a Zoom call. And of course, I made a joke that turned out to not to be very funny about Zoom call fatigue, because she didn't know what a Zoom call was. I mean, sure, she's heard about it, but she didn't know how to get on. She didn't know how to use it. And anytime she needed to use the computer, she would have her kid help her with her MCPS computer. Everything we do is now online. You call the office for help and a message says, go online to get your questions answered. Job hunting and job training is largely wholly online, thanks to the quarantine now. And having reasonable internet, not having an internet is, not having the internet is a tangible but removable barrier to education, employment, and access to information. Councilmember Smith has been developing relationships with nonprofits to provide low-cost internet and computers, including disabled access. It is surprisingly inexpensive to fundamentally change a Ward 5 family. For $120 a year, we can pay for a low-income family to have high-speed internet access in our town. Applicants don't get direct payments, they get an access code. No internet bills for a year, they don't have to make back payments, there's no credit checks, there's no contract. Families can qualify by participating in other programs, so it removes the paperwork burden from Tacoma Park. For example, if they're in HUD housing, if their kids have free and reduced price meals, if they receive Medicaid or food stamps. And just for quick numbers, if you'll indulge me with a little bit more time, TPES has a 33% farms rate. Piney Branch has a 40% farms rate. The middle school is 37% and Blair is 53%. At Blair, more than half the kids are on farms. Councilmember Smith is actively working to bring new computer training programs for basic computer knowledge in Tacoma Park. It's part of his Thrive in Ward 5 program that seeks to support health, education, and employment. People can't wait. The pandemic has made it clear. We need to authorize the funds and get this program running. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. As I believe are all the public comments this evening. Now we'll turn to council comments. Who wants to start us off tonight? Anybody? I'm going to move on if nobody. All right, Councilman Searcy. All right, I have Councilman. Now, see, now everybody, it's like next time we're just going to like, I'm going to do when I used to coach soccer and no one wanted to play goalie. I made all the girls pick a number. Play goalie. All right, Councilman Searcy, you're up.
Awesome. Well, first, I just want to say, my appreciation to Small Things Matter. It's a proclamation that was very well deserved. They've done so much in Ward 6. I definitely appreciate Roxanne and all of the hard work that they've put in coordinating to provide food to residents in Hampshire Towers. So very much appreciate Small Things Matter. Also, just as a quick SHA update, there was a broken grate on New Hampshire Avenue near Kentland Avenue. Lots of residents were complaining that it was keeping them up at night because as cars drove over it, it made this loud clanging. So that has been repaired. I have the pictures from SHA to prove it. So yay! Folks will be able to sleep at night. There's another issue that I am contacting the postmaster about in terms of mail delivery in Ward 6. I know a number of residents have complained about mail not being delivered daily. I've learned that one of our regular mail carriers is out. And so we'll be shooting over a note to the postmaster just to see when we can expect that mail carrier to return. But just want to give folks a heads up that I'm on that as well. And then lastly, just want to remind folks again about the Crossroads Farmers Market. Today was packed. Lots of folks out there, and definitely want to encourage folks to not forget that the Farmers Market is still happening on Wednesday. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention one thing. We've discussed several times over the past couple of years some safety concerns connected to Philadelphia Avenue, Route 410. And in particular, although there are issues all along the stretch, in particular from Piney Branch Road up the hill to Montgomery College and where it intersects with Fenton, and then you get into Silver Spring. Along that stretch of road, the speed limit has been 30 miles per hour, and on the portion of the road that goes from the fire station down to Piney Branch is 25. And so we've asked State Highway several times about that. A group of residents brought forward a really well thought out petition in support of reducing the speed limit there and making some other changes. And the mayor and everybody on the city council joined me in sending a letter to State Highway asking for that and other changes. And that was some time ago. We just got a letter from State Highway on Monday where they told us that they had agreed to reduce that speed limit. So that's an important safety change that I think will be beneficial to the area. And they also mentioned several other changes at the intersection of Piney Branch and Philadelphia, which is very tough for pedestrians, and also elsewhere where Philadelphia crosses Chicago Avenue up again by the border of with Silver Spring. And there are several other changes that they're looking at and considering. I'm not going to go through them all now, but I really appreciate that my colleagues joined in the request. I appreciate the State Highway has agreed to some of them, including the speed limit change. I appreciate our staff that were involved in this, and also our state legislators, State Senator Smith and our 3 delegates, all of whom helped on this. And I think one of the questions that will now come up is, once the lower speed limit is in place, how does that get enforced? And one of the things I like to ask, and maybe staff can get back to us on this, and I don't know if this would have to be the police chief or others, but whether once the change is made, just to sort of reinforce it, we could have one of those flashing signs that shows how fast you're going. Because I can say in person myself, I've experienced when you're coming down that hill, you might find yourself going a lot faster than you realize, just because of the way that works when you're driving. And so I hope once it's set up that we could look at that. And the letter, while it did address some important changes, and I think it's good news that they did, there are still some outstanding other points that we had sought that aren't in that letter. And so we'll continue to see whether we can follow up with State Highway on a few of the others. But I think this is positive news. And again, thanks to the mayor and my colleagues for having signed the letter, and the State Highway, who I often complain that they move too slowly, but at least in this case, we got some positive news from them. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kostick.
Thank you. I'm not resisting the urge to make some kind of pun about SHA moving slowly and the speed limit being lowered, which is a good thing, but kind of funny. Yeah, just a couple of updates here. So I wanted to thank Pat Rumbaugh and Let's Play America for a great play day on Saturday. It was a virtual play day, but it was a nice, really nice event. I had an opportunity to take part in a couple of the sessions with my kids, and everyone had a great time, and there was really great turnout. So I appreciated that was able to happen this year, like it's been happening in previous years, although in a different way. I also wanted to let people know that the Transportation Planning Board is doing a public input survey that is going to inform the long-range transportation plan for the region. And this is something that is done through a randomized sample. So people should look in their mailboxes and see. You might actually get something in the mail, you might not, but you might get a message, a letter in the mail asking you to do a survey. And just want to encourage people to do that, because that is a great opportunity to provide some input on what is important to you and what's important to our community in terms of the whole region's long-range transportation plan. I also wanted to thank city staff for working with a resident this week who I talked with regarding some interest in low-income tax relief opportunities. And I think the city manager has an update related to the state of Maryland's extension deadline for homeowners and renters tax credits in the city manager updates. But really appreciate working with that person and assisting her with her questions. And then finally, I wanted to ask if we could get at the next council meeting an update. I think it's been a little while since we've heard an update on the PIA request suspension, and if there are any outstanding requests still out there. If we could get an update on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Councilmember Smith.
First, I'd like to thank city staff, especially Daryl Braithwaite, for all her work over the weekend trying to fix some of the issues with the Flower Avenue Green Street. I know the residents of Ward 5 really appreciate your efforts. We're almost there, the Green Street is almost complete. So thank you for being able to respond to some of the emails that were coming from residents, and even those people that do not live in Ward 5 but have driven down Flower Avenue and have had issues. I would like to thank residents of Essex House for joining me this past Friday for a little meet and greet. It was raining, but I appreciate you guys coming out. There will be other special events going on in Ward 5, so please check social media, the listservs. And then finally, I would like to give a special thanks to Ms. Miller and Ms. Campbell for talking about my efforts regarding trying to bring free internet service to the most needy in Tacoma Park, and specifically Ward 5. I think the Comcast Internet Essentials Partnership Program would be an excellent vehicle. I did try to get their Director of Government Relations and Advocacy to join us this evening, but he had something come up. So hopefully he will be able to talk about the program and in the upcoming weeks. I think this is something that council should consider immediately. There is very little that we have to do other than provide payment for the service. And it could be for 6 months to a year. I recommend a year. Other government jurisdictions, agencies are using Internet Essentials, mainly the District of Columbia and Prince George's County. So we would not be the guinea pig or trying to figure this out. Others are doing it, and it has provided excellent results for those people that are having difficulty getting access to the internet. The internet is just one piece of it. We have to make sure that people have devices that they can use, and those people that do need training, it is available. So thank you. I hope the council will consider this, and that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman.
I believe that was Dubala.
Sorry, Councilman DeBala. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. I didn't hear anything after the word council.
Oh, sorry.
But I'm here now. Thank you for recognizing me. So just a few things really quickly. First, within Ward 2, I've been doing Zoom issue sessions The next one is next Tuesday, 8 to 9 o'clock. I've also been doing in-person socially distant block meetings. There's one on the block of Auburn the week of the 13th, I think is a Tuesday night. So stay tuned on that one. Speaking of the county building code, the city is the city staff has drafted a letter for the mayor to sign, commenting that we support the green building code. It is one of the things that's prominently mentioned in the climate framework that we all adopted last spring. There's a whole section on how we should work closely and coordinate with the county, particularly on those building related measures that we cannot do ourselves, which would be building codes and property tax credits. The county has just adopted, second climate note, property tax credits, incentives for new and existing multifamily and commercial buildings, renovations and new buildings for energy, for meeting certain energy standards. And that's a revision and expansion of the program that they've had up until now, and it's one we were pushing for. So I just wanted to let everybody know that these two climate things have been going on in the background. And last but not least, Chesapeake Bay Council met last week. I attended. It was the meeting with states in the EPA, to the annual meeting to discuss progress on goals. EPA did not show up, which presented an interesting challenge as we were trying to discuss how that would all work out regionally without hearing from one of the key partners. I do have materials on that if anybody in Ward 2 is interested in seeing them. Some of you have been following that pretty closely. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Searcy? I mean, nope, Siemens. It was an S, sorry. I looked.
That's okay. Our hair is kind of matches tonight. Anyways, I just wanted to thank Ms. Ludlow and the Public Works Director for getting started on repairing the stormwater inlet on Ritchie Avenue. It's really appreciated by the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. I have a couple of things tonight. One, I want to add my thanks to Pat Rumba on Play Day. I really was not doing a great Simon Says this weekend, but thank you to Pat and all she did. I know a number of folks have mentioned stormwater, and I was on a call today for the COG board. We had a committee meeting, the finance committee, and one of the things that COG will be looking at in the upcoming year is doing more regional work on stormwater and supporting local stormwater management programs, and looking at how we can look at this issue more regionally. And so I'm really glad that COG is taking this on. I know city manager, and I'm sure Councilman Dabala, a number of us have been mentioning stormwater as an issue that municipalities need assistance with. And so I'm glad they're doing that in this upcoming year. The other thing wanted to note is I was talking to a resident regarding Zoom calls and meetings, and they said that Zoom has now added Amharic as one of the languages that they can provide translation for. So they have these different channels that you can do translation. Amharic had not been one of the languages, but now they do have it. And I just wanted to ask the city manager and the deputy city manager if we might have our folks in our IT department look at what that might mean for some meetings and things. So anyway, I thought that was good news on that. The other thing is Indigenous Peoples Day is coming up, and we're going to acknowledge that day with an event on October 10th at 5 p.m. at the North Sligo Park. That's right off of Haywood Avenue in Councilman Dabala's neck of the woods. And we would ask people to sign up because we still want to make sure that we are staying within the requirements and social distancing and doing all that to keep people safe. But more information will be up on the city website. And then the last thing is for Councilmember Smith, if he wants to connect me with, or I can reach out to Josh to get him on an agenda on one of our upcoming meetings. And if there is any information regarding the program that could be circulated to the rest of council so that we can look at how quickly we can move on that. Because we only have, after tonight, 3 meetings, and I believe any change or implementing this program would require a budget amendment. So as soon as you could provide that material to us, and I'll try to get this on the agenda as soon as possible, and as soon as next week, if I can get that material and arrange Josh to come in and talk to us. So great. I think that's it for me, and I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you very much. As Councilmember Kostick mentioned, there is an extension of the homeowner and renter tax credit deadline. I think it used to be September 1st, then it was October 1st. Now it's October 31st. So very happy about that. And it is something that people are looking at. In my city manager comments and also on our website and on the Montgomery County website, there's links to the homeowners tax credit program and the renters tax credit program. These are both income qualified programs. So they are for lower income households. There's, even with the October 31st deadline, if you're over 70, they're flexible a little bit on the deadline. So that's not to say to wait, but it is something that they try to be helpful on. If you receive a tax credit through the state program, you also get the credits from Montgomery County and Tacoma Park. I'm not sure that Montgomery County gives a credit, a bonus on the renter's tax credit, but they certainly do for the homeowner's tax credit. And it's substantial, so it's worth applying for. I've also put a link into the Montgomery County list of other tax credits, and there are some specialized ones that sometimes are useful for people, and we want people to know about that. So we'll keep getting the information out. Different topic, I wanted to follow up again on Halloween. So there's a lot of thinking about how to do Halloween safely. So following up on last week's announcement, and we'll be getting out some other information on a website. We want people to decorate their home, apartment, or business for Halloween, and we'll have a contest. We will have 2 virtual Halloween parties. Both of them will be family friendly. One is on Friday, October 30th, and one is Saturday on Halloween evening, both at 7 p.m. The Friday one will have a virtual magic show, and the Saturday one will have storytelling. So it should be fun virtual parties. Then on Halloween, which is a Saturday, folks can take a stroll down Sligo Creek Parkway. Between the hours of 1 and 3, we'll have chalk, and people can do chalk decorations on the parkway. So it's a walk in chalk event, so on Sligo Creek Parkway. Then we're looking at having we are going to be having a no-knock Halloween walkthrough collection of treats on Saturday from 3 to 5 p.m. And this will be, the rec department will have locations across the city. I think we've got about 7 locations so far that we're likely to be using. We will have treats put out on tables so you can walk by and pick up some treats. We'll also be encouraging during the same time, if residents on that kind of thing, as people are walking by, that it's really a community-wide kind of thing. And we're urging people to go to the gathering that's closer to their house so that we limit the crowding at any one location. We'll also really try to have safety messages up, particularly in this 3 to 5 p.m. time frame, to watch out for trick-or-treaters, that kind of thing, so that we have, and by keeping it to that time frame, I think it will also allow our police department to be able to be around and put signage up and that kind of thing that will really help everybody be aware during that time that there may be kids around. Some of the sites that we're looking at are Old Town at Laurel and Carroll, the VFW on Fifth Avenue, Forest Park, the Junction area, Piney Branch Elementary School, the Winslow and Cambridge Apartments off of Houston, and the Tacoma Park Rec Center. And we may add another one, but we're also looking kind of just making sure that they're geographically around the city. I wanted to bring up a mask reminder. Halloween masks are not COVID-19 masks. So please, when you're out and about on a costume, remember to wear a cloth mask under your mask. Recognize we need to protect everybody. I'm trying to imagine how that works, but we'll make it work. I want to thank Grace Joe today. I meant to put this in last week's city manager comments, but recently Grace Joe, who was our economic development intern, said goodbye to us. She's been a wonderful bright spot in this challenging year. She helped when we went into lockdown, she helped move so many things online for our businesses. And she transferred lots of information onto online platforms. She also completed some research on the creative economy and some housing programs. She was very useful in the grant management for our healthy business initiatives and mini grants. And the businesses felt connected to the city because of all the outreach she did. We wish her the best and just want to note that anybody who hires her is going to have a star. So she was really important to work with. We've been very fortunate in our interns lately, and she was really good, and we wish her the best. On a different note, found out late yesterday that the planning board is going to hear a briefing on renaming streets and facilities tomorrow. Yes. So I think it's just a presentation by the MNC PPC staff that have been looking at this subject. They will be telling us how it went, I guess, but I do have a link to that for folks who want to watch. It's likely to be happening around 9:15 tomorrow morning at the planning board. Just a note, we're getting our ballot drop boxes fixed up and installed soon. We have a small Montgomery County drop box for the presidential ballots, and they'll be picking them up frequently. I mean, one of the things you have to imagine is people run out of the ballot boxes. So we're glad that they are providing one, but it is, if you see it, don't worry, it's going to keep getting collected. So we're happy about that. It'll be next to one of our really lovely new Tacoma Park ballot drop boxes that got wrapped today with the great design that our communication specialist, Donna Wright, did. And so we will have a county and a city drop box at the community center, and then a city-only drop box at the rec center. We'll have welcoming signage put up. It will be friendly. We're working on making it as smooth as possible. So within a few days, we'll get that word out and pictures and how it will work. One thing I didn't put on my message, but I try to mention this every year. Today is Rare Cancer Day. My husband died of a rare cancer. And they're rare, so not everybody gets that, but it's just a reminder that there's many different challenges people face, and we're thinking of them. That's it. I don't know if anybody has questions for me.
Councilman Costick.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager Ludlow. Sorry, I feel like I'm having a hard time with people's names today. It's been a long day on Zoom. I just wanted to follow up on the Halloween stuff. I really appreciate the update and appreciate all that's happening there. And I know two things. I know residents, I think, were a little confused. I sent out some information about what the policy was in terms of residents providing treats to others who are trick-or-treating. So just wanted to ask if you could kind of clarify what you were thinking in terms of not discouraging people necessarily from doing that, but discouraging people from having face-to-face interactions and doing that right at the door. And also just, I know we've talked about this before, but just urge you to think through if there's an opportunity to do some street closures. That's something that I know neighborhoods are really interested in and might help alleviate some of the congestion along the sidewalks during the peak hours.
Yeah, I'm still thinking through that part. Partly I wanted to make sure that I knew where all of the rec center locations were, so that kind of helps identify where there might be areas that this makes more sense or not. So I think we're close to being able to say something about that. As to the general idea, I can't decree that people don't go door to door, but I strongly urge people not to go door to door for trick-or-treating for Halloween. And I know how much when I hear somebody knocking at the door on Halloween, I want to open it up, but I'm trying to be safe. I urge people to be safe. And so I'm one of the things that we've seen that's somewhat recommended is to have a table that's out kind of close to by where young people may be walking. You can put the treats there and then stand back so that there still remains a distance from people. So we're trying to have fun. We know how much fun Halloween is, but really, I just imagine particularly a family that may have somebody with a compromised immune system wanting to open that door, and just how that's not a good idea. So really trying to make this a no-knock Halloween, but still have a lot of the Halloween fun in a safe way. For those who wish to put out candy or that kind of thing, if you can put it out close to a sidewalk or by where the young people would be walking, on a table or something that's easy to grab from without having to take a long time or gathering around, I think that'd be great. And I look forward to it working.
Councilwoman Searcy.
Great. I think Councilmember Costa kind of took a question because I too have had a lot of residents that have asked about street closures. Another point that has come up, and I know that we're focusing on Halloween because that's a big event, but I know that residents are also interested in learning more about rec activities, socially distanced, appropriate outdoor rec activities for some of the kids that are currently cooped up, particularly those that are in multifamily buildings. Is it possible next week in your update to maybe provide a little bit more info on some of the plans that the rec department has for while the weather is still nice and children are going stir crazy with virtual learning and some not being able to go outside, some activities that they're planning to try to get folks, particularly around the rec center, out and be able to use the parking lot space?
Yeah, so make sure. And also we've been trying to include a lot of that in the Tacoma Insider, which will come out tomorrow. So I'll make sure that it's in there because that's a good way to try to also help spread the word. We have had inquiries. People really want to have their kids play. I get it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Councilman Devala.
Yes, thank you. Another vote for street closings for play around the Halloween weekend. And also a question about how sure you are that the ones that are listed are places that you will be doing.
I'm pretty comfortable with the ones on the list.
Okay, all right. And then there's at
right.
least one in Ward 2 that, right. Okay, but Forest Park is.
Looks like Forest Park's a go.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. One of the things I also want to mention about Halloween, it is a time that does require a good amount of safety concerns. And I am also just thinking about scheduling our police department because the elections are just 4 days later, 3 days later. So really trying to make sure that things work smoothly for several days. And so it's not been as easy a choice as it might be on a different time.
Thank you. All right, we will move on then. We don't have any voting items this evening, so we're going to return now to our racial equity initiatives and turn it over to our Deputy City Manager, Jessica Clark, to talk about next steps.
Sure, thank you, Kate. So in my capacity as Deputy City Manager, one of the many hats that I wear is to serve as the city's racial equity coordinator. And so I'm leading the work session this evening. I'm really excited for the discussion, and Jordan did a fantastic job getting us started and priming the pump. I'm gonna kick us off by giving a short presentation of my own. I'm gonna give a little bit of historical context for our racial equity initiative about how far we've come. I'm gonna highlight some of our existing projects that really have a strong racial equity focus. And then we've already taken some steps to implement some of Jordan's recommendations, and I'll talk about that as well. And then I'll open the floor for a group discussion as to short-term and long-term strategies we can take. So let me share my screen here. Okay. Oh. Is that showing?
Yes, but it's not in presentation mode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Perfect.
So Racial Equity Initiative, what's next? So as Kate mentioned during Jordan's presentation, my predecessor, Jason Damweber, had in the spring of 2019 created a racial equity roadmap. And he did that in partnership with the National League of Cities Race, Equity, and Leadership Division. And I think it's a useful tool to guide our discussion this evening. So when NLC Real works with cities on how to promote racial equity, they generally advise cities to set 5 main strategic goals. And those are to establish a shared vision for racial equity, to engage diverse stakeholders, to implement comprehensive racial equity strategies, to disaggregate data and measure outcomes. So in other words, hold staff accountable, and then finally create a coordinating infrastructure. And so Takoma Park has absolutely made progress on all 5 of these goals. And we made this roadmap about a year ago, actually over a year ago. So now is a good time to really take stock of what we've done so far. So as I go through my presentation, we're going to ask 4 very simple questions. What have we already done? What are we currently doing? What can we do over the short term in the next 6 months? And then what is our longer term vision? And then finally, importantly, what resources and support might we need to get there? So what have we already done? And just a disclaimer, we started back in 2016, so there's so much that we have done. I'm gonna hit just the high points. And then during the discussion, if there's anything that I've missed, we can certainly dig into that. So this is just a high level list. So as we all know, in April 2017, our city council adopted the racial equity framework, which came out of discussions at our 2016 annual retreat. Council recognized the history of racism in our country and how it has led to many current day disparities in education and job attainment, housing and healthcare, as well as criminal justice. And as a city, we committed to apply a racial equity lens in a systematic way in decision-making processes with the goal of continuing to build an inclusive, equitable community for all Takoma Park residents. And as we all know, one of the first steps that we took was to implement racial equity considerations on all council agenda items. and in challenging staff to consider the racial implications of their actions, we truly embedded the principle of racial equity into everything that council does. Next, the city became very involved in GARE and NLC Real and in the Living Cities Racial Equity Here commitment. So in that way, we became a player in the regional and national efforts to combat racial equity. And then the following year in 2018, again, as a result of our council retreat, which was themed around racial equity, we added racial equity to our policy priorities, and those define our budget. And then that trickled down to make sure that racial equity was included in our subsidiary strategic plans. So our climate action plan, our cultural plan, and our housing and economic development strategic plan, just as one example. And the adoption of our HCD plan was really a notable milestone in our racial equity initiative in and of itself. Especially the data analysis that came out of that gave us a lot of insight into the needs of our communities of color. And then that same year, we realized that we wanted more than census data. We wanted feedback direct from our residents of color. And so we launched the 2018 resident survey. We had focus groups with Hispanic and African immigrants, and the survey included questions specifically on equity. And there was the main gist of that survey was that a lot of residents of color are generally have a very positive perception of city services and city staff, and feel that Takoma Park is a diverse and inclusive community, but we still have a lot of work to do and areas of improvement. One area that came up was housing affordability, for instance, and childcare. And so a lot of the community feedback from that survey has shaped everything that we do. So for instance, we restructured our recreation programming and our library programming after that to accommodate some of the needs raised during that survey. And then finally, our city council members and our senior leadership team was trained by GARE, and we also offered What's My Bias workshops to committee members and residents to ensure that we have the leadership to drive our racial equity initiative forward. And then what are we currently doing? So more recently, let's take it to the present day. So we hired Jordan, which was a great move on our part, got a lot of excellent ideas over the summer. We recently conducted a demographic survey of committee members, which showed that we could have a more equitable representation. And so we're in the midst of our committee's review. As part of that, we have 4 senior staff members who joined the year-long GARE regional learning cohorts. They get training as a part of that, but they also get to work closely with GARE experts on one project, and they selected the committee's review project. So they're gonna be making recommendations on how to make our committee, or I should say boards, commissions and committees more equitable in their selection. And then in terms of our COVID-19 response, I think as a city, we've really tried to have strategies targeted to those who are most in need. So for instance, we know that we have communities of color in our multifamily dwellings, and the county hadn't issued public health guidance to specifically addressing public health issues in multifamily dwellings. So we made sure that that happened thanks to our advocacy. We wanted to sponsor pop-up testing, and we chose to place that testing very close to our multifamily dwellings. We have a COVID-19 dashboard where we are disaggregating data by race and ethnicity. And then finally, we have our COVID-19 assistance fund, which has given us some financial flexibility to be able to assist vulnerable families on an emergency basis. And then another recent development is, of course, our Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, which is specifically focused on racial justice. And so we very much look forward to the recommendations of that task force, which will have a very racially diverse representation. And then I did want to note too that I think a lot of our staff are working very hard to shift from reactive to proactive services, which is a big part of our racial equity initiative as well. And Jordan touched on this, but I think our bus shelter improvements project from the planning division is an excellent example. We know that people of color are disproportionately represented among users of public transit, and we have a limited number of bus shelters we can do each year. We want them to be as equitably distributed as possible. So thanks to the tools that our planning division made, we're able to invest in bus shelters that are not only in areas that have the highest ridership, but also that are have higher percentages of minority populations. And then again, out of the planning division, our public space management plan, we had a planning intern do a parks assessment over the summer where he mapped park amenities, looked at park quality, but as it relates to race. And so again, I think that tool will be very useful in making sure that our public use management plan is equitable. And then we should note the tree canopy resolution revisions. We look forward to designing an outreach plan that makes our tree canopy, our tree coverage more equitable, particularly in areas of the city where we have commercial and multifamily dwellings, commercial areas and multifamily dwellings. And then I did want to highlight some of our staff is really getting very creative in terms of community engagement. So our economic development manager, Samira Cook Gaines, is piloting, she's really trying to reach people who don't usually engage with the city. And so she's using a mix of online platforms, in-person distance activities. She's working with our condo associations, tenant associations, and we really hope to have some great lessons learned from her on that project. And then our communications director, Donna Wright, has been doing a fantastic job, particularly in getting creative in how to reach people of all races in Tacoma Park for our 2020 census to make sure that everyone is counted, and for our elections outreach. She's done everything from advertising on bus shelters to putting materials in our books to go, to dropping off posters herself in building lobbies, not to mention all the online platforms that she's running. So again, making sure that everyone in Tacoma Park hears about our services and is better able to access them as a result. All right, so that covers the look backwards. We're now going to talk a little bit as a follow-up to what Jordan started about what we can do in the next 6 months, so immediately. So one of my first priorities as our racial equity coordinator is to build our organizational capacity around racial equity. So we're lucky that our senior leadership team has already been trained. I'd like to continue to provide them with technical assistance. And by that, I mean, so for example, we have our senior leadership team meeting every month. And it would be great to have part of that that is dedicated explicitly to racial equity tools. So for instance, we have one tomorrow, and our planning division is actually going to present the new demographic maps that they made that map race and ethnicity data with socioeconomic data. And that is going to be a great tool for our senior leadership team to communicate to staff to use to complete racial equity considerations. So that's something that is an assistance to our senior leadership team. And then, I mean, a lot of my recommendations, I think, center around data analysis, because that's a big part of it. We can have conversations with SLT on how do we collect, when and how should we collect race and ethnicity data? When is it appropriate? For which city programs should we do it? We have public surveys going on all the time. Should that be a question that we ask? And then when we think of bigger data analysis projects like the police department data analysis project, they're actually bringing back staff who used to work here who had data skills. So I think we could use more data capacity. And what I've seen other cities do and what we did in my previous job in Baltimore is to partner with anchor institutions in the area to have students, particularly master's students who are looking for capstone projects to outsource data analysis for free. So I think that's one of the technical support avenues that we could explore for our senior leadership team. And then we will, of course, continue to exchange best practices with other jurisdictions. So I'm on the Council of Governments Racial Equity Work Group, and I meet with them every month. I look forward to building relationships with their racial equity officers and sharing ideas, sharing resources. Next, our GARE cohort is going to complete the GARE Train the Trainer course at the end of October, and I'm going to talk about that curriculum in just a second. But as Jordan says, it was one of her ideas, and I think it's a great one, that we should get more people trained in that Train the Trainer course beyond just the senior leadership team. We should train the next layer of city leaders in the Racial Equity Initiative. And then those staff can then be convened as racial equity leads on a quarterly basis for cross-departmental work and brainstorming. And before I go over the Train the Trainer curriculum, I think it's really important that we develop in-house training capability. And a lot of other cities have done that. We, as Jordan said, the frequency that we want to do this training we can't take sporadic consultancies. We need to have the capability in-house, and I think GARE's course is set up to help us do that. So that's something I definitely want to achieve. So since Jordan left, I explored the organizations that she recommended, and I was able to vet multiple training courses. And a lot of the training courses focus on the history of structural racism and implicit bias, which are an essential part of this type of training, but I think that we need more. And so I think that the GARE Train the Trainer course is much more, it's not just looking backwards. I mean, you have to look backwards to look forwards, but it is more action oriented, and it's geared toward government practitioners. So it not only does it does offer the history of structural racism, it does offer implicit bias, but it also helps people understand how to facilitate these tough discussions. It talks about how to use the racial equity toolkit, how to better measure performance and use data. And you can see the rest of the list there. But you leave with a lot of tools in your arsenal. And then you also get access to the GARE portal, which is an online platform. It's an online forum where we can post questions to other jurisdictions. A lot of jurisdictions post tools that they've used. And so that's a great resource, and that is free with our GARE membership. And then the second thing, in addition to improving organizational capacity, is improving project evaluation. So we, again, ran with Jordan's idea, and we'd like to expand on the racial equity considerations by doing racial equity toolkits by project. And on the form that we have departments fill out, we'll have the racial equity considerations there. So it's meant, you start with the considerations and then you start honing in on different aspects of your project. And so at the beginning of the project, staff would answer these 4 questions, and we shortened the GARE toolkit as Jordan recommended. And these are the 4 questions that we settled on. And then staff would update that throughout the project, and we'd publish that on our Racial Equity Initiative webpage, which we've updated based on Jordan's recommendations, and we've already done that. So you should take a look after this session. But we filled out a couple forms already with staff, and it really is helpful. So for instance, we did it for the equity walk, and Lucy, the project manager, hadn't really thought about how she was going to collect community feedback. And because of doing this exercise, she's now going to add a user survey to the story map that people are using as they do the equity walk. So just asking questions, it seems simple, but it really does have an impact, as I think we've seen how much of an impact the racial equity considerations have had. And so those are the 2 main things that I'm going to start with over the next 6 months. In terms of what we can do over the long term, I think now is when we open the discussion in this work session. And I want to close with the final infusion of best practices. This is a quick list of other ideas from other cities. And as Jordan pointed out, a caveat of this is that a lot of these ideas come from cities that have racial equity, not just racial equity officers, but they have racial equity offices. So they have teams of people, 6 people or more, who are thinking about racial equity and working on racial equity full time, all the time. And so we're just keeping that in mind. But So the ideas include a racial equity strategic plan, doing a staff survey, having an external task force, doing participatory budgeting. I think the budget, I haven't been through our budget process yet, but I'm really excited to see how we can look at incorporating racial equity into that. Because I think when we talk about operationalizing and institutionalizing racial equity, the budget is something that happens every single year that everyone has to think about in order to get resources. So I'm excited to think through that. And as we enter our next budget cycle, we may want to, as Jordan said, consider hiring an equity officer. One idea that Mayor Stewart made me aware of was stipends for community organizers. That's something that Boulder, Colorado has done, which I thought was a cool idea. Some cities have racial equity provisions in their procurement code. Some have their departments do equity dashboards that they update every single year. Community roundtables, brown bag lunch series where you read books on racial equity. So there's a ton of ideas out there, a lot happening in this space right now, which gives us a lot to talk about this evening. So I will stop there and we can open it up.
Great. Thank you, Jessica, for that really comprehensive review on racial equity and ideas for moving forward. And I think I'll see if my colleagues have any questions for tonight. This is a work session, so it's just to kind of get in because of everything going on with COVID and the fact that Jessica joined us just in early April. We wanted to not have this update go too much longer, and so thank you very much for digging in there and showing the plans moving forward and some ideas. Let's see, I'll turn it first to Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Smith, I think you're still muted.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Can you elaborate on what is the job of a racial equity officer? Do they actually have the authority to stop policy, to ask a sponsor of policy, of a particular piece of legislation to rework it so that it meets the policy priorities of the legislative body? What is their actual authority line?
So that's a great question. I think it's something I'm still exploring. So like Jordan said, I haven't been able to talk directly to another jurisdiction that has done this program. Montgomery County has equity leads. But what I had envisioned it as is more of an advisory capacity for departments. So like I said, we would have quarterly meetings that are meant to be a real best practices exchange. But since it's not, so if we take, for instance, let's say, if we take the deputy recreation director as an example, she can advise, she can take staff through the questions in the toolkit, and then that helps them think through aspects of their project that they hadn't previously considered. And so in her capacity as the deputy recreation director, she certainly has authority over all aspects of what the department does. But in terms of her function as a racial equity lead, I envision it more as like an advisory, have you thought about this kind of role.
And I will say, sorry, Councilmember Smith, there's a cohort of racial equity, or they call them chief equity officers that have started meeting this year, and that the National League of Cities is working with. And so I think there's a range of what, depending on the city size, depending on if the chief equity officer, depending on how the city is set up, is, what department it's in. There's a real range, I think, right now. And as Jessica mentioned before, more and more cities are, getting and hiring chief equity officers. So I think there's a lot of models out there right now. And so I just, in hearing from different chief equity officers at the National League of Cities conference, it's been really interesting to see the variety. I see the city manager hasn't handed up. If I could ask, actually, Jessica, if you could maybe unshare your screen so that way we could all see each other.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, is it still? I thought I did.
Nope, you're good now. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Great. Susie,
I'm
I'm
muted.
sorry. You're
Now I'm
not.
good.
Yeah,
Okay. In terms of the kind of power of a chief equity officer, it's in many respects up to the council to determine what that role is. And there's some where, that person may have authority to tell the council, no, you should not vote that way because it has these impacts. There's others that are completely advisory and that, but I think that at a minimum, it's by really being clear about the impacts, it helps change how things are presented. It changes the documents that are presented. It changes the data that's shown. And that makes huge differences in and of itself. But in many respects, it's a council decision about how much power somebody like that would have.
You mentioned, Ms. Clark, about working with a university, primarily with their graduate program to help with data analysis. I think that is something that we should pursue immediately, so that we can get some, research done that really looks at what's the best direction on some of these ideas that we come up with. Because right now, I think we're trying to understand all this, but we don't have the true analysis to help guide us.
Yeah, I would agree. And I can just speak from my own experience. So my master's program at the McCourt School of Public Policy at Georgetown, I joined 3 other students, and we took some data sets from Baltimore City, from the housing department in Baltimore City, and we spent a whole semester analyzing it different ways. And the results of our analysis looked a lot like the data analysis that we had for the housing and economic development strategic plan, and we did it for free. And so certainly master students have the level of data analysis that could really help when we think about our police data or different things. It's pretty great to be able to outsource data analysis for free. So definitely something we want to look into.
Yeah, excellent. I think right now, the procurement code, you mentioned a jurisdiction was looking at how their procurement code and racial equity intersected. Can you talk more about that?
Well, I'm just speaking from when I worked in Baltimore. We had a certain percentage of our subcontractors had to be minority owned or women owned businesses.
Okay. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thanks.
Councilman Searcy.
Great. First, thank you, Deputy City Manager, for the presentation. It's nice to have everything in one place. So that's really helpful. One of my questions kind of gears, a little bit more around the strategic plan or the aspect of the strategic race equity strategic plan. And I do think that that's something that I would like to see us move forward on. I think data analysis aside, I think that as was described, there's a lot of work that is happening. And I feel very confident that there's a lot of work that will continue to happen. And I think it's important for us to take on those new tasks in a very strategic way. So if there is a way for us to start thinking about how we can start piecing together the race equity strategic plan, even if one chapter of the strategic plan is further analyzing data in the city to ensure, that programs in the future are evidence-based. That's fine. Things that we're hoping to do to further that objective. But I think that it's important for us to make strides now in putting pen to paper on what are some of the key goals that we're trying to achieve and what are some of the key actions that we're hoping to move forward to further race equity in the city. I understand that there's a lot of different pieces that are embedded in other documents, which is important, but I see this as something that's more about aspects of staffing, building a culture of inclusivity, not just as it relates to our staff, but as it relates to how our staff identifies programming, how we're building evidence around and assessing the impacts of our work through a race equity lens, as well as, perhaps there may need to be some, this could be through an equity officer, it could be through a number of different sources, but, kind of policing the police, which is, someone to help the council to understand when it may be making, to fully understand the implications of the decisions that we're making, because often it is whoever cries the loudest typically gets the bottle first, and that doesn't necessarily lend itself to ensuring equity in terms of the work that we're trying to accomplish as a city. So I would definitely encourage us to continue to push on the strategic plan, because I think that's going to be really helpful for us to not only wrap our heads around the work that needs to be done, but also externally communicate the path forward. So, but again, thank you for the presentation.
Thanks.
Great. Councilman Kostick.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all the information and thought process on this. One of the first things I wanted to talk about, I mentioned before, was reporting. And I think that fits in very neatly with what Councilmember Searcy was saying in terms of a strategic plan and kind of a direction for where this work is going. I think having kind of that framework built in, I really like that idea of having kind of that framework and then also reporting on it, so that as Ms. Battle said, having the information going out to the community, I think is useful, and having an opportunity for us as a council to assess how we're doing and where this work is going. And even if we don't know exactly what the next steps will be, acknowledging that and then showing our progress towards figuring that out. I think that is extremely useful. And I appreciate this, the two reports tonight, because I think that's a step in the direction of doing this sort of reporting. So this is really great. I really appreciated that you mentioned budgeting and that you seem to have a couple of specific ideas in terms of how we could better incorporate racial equity considerations into budgeting. Just for myself, I feel like it's often difficult in our budget processes to really think through the direct impacts of different expenditures. And I feel like we do it on sort of a granular level sometimes, and it's often within sort of a particular subject matter. So it's like, we're doing, and I'm not picking on public art in any way, shape, or form, but like we're doing public art, and we're making public art access more racially equitable. But we're kind of looking then within the context of public art itself, not necessarily comparing expenditures on public art to expenditures on other initiatives that maybe would be more racially equitable or not. So I feel like it's hard sometimes to compare kind of across departments or across actual sort of expenditure categories. Like, would we be better spending more money on housing supports rather than park maintenance? I like those sorts of things. I feel like too often it's sort of, we're doing park maintenance more in areas where there are more Black and brown residents. So that's an improved racial equity impact for how we do park maintenance, but not necessarily for how we're addressing racial equity as a whole. And I think that's a really hard thing to kind of get at, but I'd be really interested in getting your thoughts on that and incorporating more of that into our budgeting process and our just process overall in terms of making decisions and prioritizing initiatives. Other things I think we're going to talk later, we really, I think, need to improve our committees and our committee structure, and maybe look for some more civic engagement sort of outreach programs with residents. One of the things that I am involved in with my other work is I work for a nonprofit, and we are involved in setting up some trainings, oftentimes for refugees and recent immigrants who don't have as much experience with an American political system, an American governance system, and helping sort of provide those trainings and that information in terms of how to go to a city council meeting and provide public comment, or sort of what opportunities there are to be involved in that process. I think doing more of that might be useful for some residents as well. So thank you very much for all of the information tonight, and looking forward to next steps.
Thanks.
Councilman Devala.
Yes, thank you. The two presentations together give us a great deal to think about, and I really appreciate having them tonight and having them so well thought out and present and laid out. Some quick reactions. I like the idea of equity leads. I like the idea of moving to the toolkit so that we can all get a little more substantive about the impact, the impacts of a particular action. I had a question about the data. You referred to the planning staff maps, and are those the ones that were sent to us a week or two ago that show a bunch of different demographics? Okay, so we already have them. We don't need to get them again. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
that's great, because one of the limitations up until now has been the data and how to get at it and how to work with it. And so this is very big step here.
Yeah.
I think that's great.
Yeah, we're excited about it because you can layer the demographic data with the percentage of youth in the area, elderly, disabled, how many households are below the poverty line, how many households don't own a vehicle. So you can layer all of that on top of the demographic information, which is great.
Yeah.
And that was Jamie and Roz who did that. That was fabulous.
That's fabulous. And then, so then clearly getting that out to staff and council and committees and teaching people how to use it and how to work with it would be really helpful. So that we can all start building in the equity considerations right up front and not having to go and think about them afterwards and then adjust. I liked the comments about budget that were made and about keeping track of the framework for doing all this. And I also was going to bring up the issue of not just keeping our residents informed about what's going on internally to the city operations, but also, as Councilmember Kostick brought up, how we go about inviting residents to engage in the civic conversation in whatever way works for them. And part of that is the committee process that we'll talk about later tonight, but it's a little bigger than that. So not that we can do everything at the same time, but just to put that question out there on the list of how we, particularly those of us who are in the middle between staff and those are sort of, and the residents who are engaging with residents, how we do that. That would be very helpful. And I know, as you said, there's some examples with the rec center and so forth of things that are being innovative approaches that are being tried. And I'd like to hear more about them and see which ones are useful. So this is great. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. And just to follow up on what I asked during the presentation, if you could say a few words about the type of program you've outlined here were to be followed, how much of that is done with existing staff? Is there a need for outside contractors? Are we using stakeholder communities? Do we need to actually pass legislation, et cetera? So can you just talk a little bit about how those aspects sort of connect to each other?
Sure. So what I'm envisioning, the two the steps that I suggested, I don't think require any additional resources at this time, because we already have staff signed up for the GARE Train the Trainer, and the title of the course tells you that they leave it able to train other staff, fully qualified, just as other GARE members are. So we'd like to then take the GARE training and customize it to Tacoma Park and have our staff who attended it train other staff. So that's all using existing resources. And then the equity leads are, it's a leadership role that we're going to take volunteers from each department, and that's using existing staff also.
So those two.
I'd like to, but Councilmember Kovar, I would just like to note that our staff are really overwhelmed with existing work.
Right.
And so I think that this is so important that it helps integrate into all our different projects that we should be doing it. But we also need to recognize that may slow something else down because we're trying to do everything with this amount of staff.
Right.
If there may be a point, and this may come through some of the training and some of the findings that we get, that there's need to hire somebody, that would be something that we'd bring back to council as a discussion.
So I guess that was what I was going to ask. So to what extent, if we'd be even if they're well trained through the GARE program, but we're asking them the staff to, in effect, take on additional responsibilities, right? At what point does that then sort of lead to this question of hiring at least?
Well, I think there's two. Yeah, I think there's two things. One of the things is that this should be an integral process of our work. And so it's not something that really necessarily displaces other work, and it may help make us more efficient when we do it. But it does take some time to learn it, to get used to even the condensed toolkit process. The data analysis is time consuming. And if we're able to get that from, a group of master's students trying to do a capstone project, that's fine. I will say that some universities want to charge for some of that work, and that's part of the way they get money. And so we would look for free stuff, but that's not always the possibility too. So that would be something we'd look at.
So would that have to be graduate level students, or could our local colleges potentially provide that as well?
It needs to be pretty good level.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just looking for like kind of presenting basic statistics, then maybe, but I think if you're looking at like effects over time, it should be graduate level for sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Great. I think those are all the questions. I just again want to say thank you so much for both presentations, and I know that prior to the meeting tonight they weren't up on the city website, so it'd be great to get these up on the city website and link to them on the project page, on the racial equity project page. So thank you to you both, and look forward to continuing this conversation.
And just a shout out to Jordan. She was terrific all summer, and more power to her for her future studies.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jordan. Terrific. All right. So next we'll move on to, we have a discussion of our FY21 budget amendment number 2. I think I'm turning it over to the city manager to walk us through this.
All right. Of course, I put it away just a moment ago. Mm-hmm. All right. So this is our second budget amendment of the year. The first one were very basic carryovers at the end of the year, beginning of the next year, on simple items that we knew weren't quite finished, and we needed to carry the money over to finish them. This one has a little bit more explanation involved, and has several different items. I think I'd like to focus for a moment on the Flower Avenue Green Street project, because several of the different different items on the budget amendment are related to the Flower Avenue project. When we were going into preparing the proposed city budget, we thought we would get the Flower Avenue project done by June 30, with the exception of some sidewalk work and a little bit more of some WSSC work. No, not even WSSC work. Mostly we just thought there would be some sidewalk work left over. There were some delays in the project. There were delays in the billing for the project, and the sidewalk work moved up faster. So that got actually done in FY20, but a lot of the rest of the work is just finishing right now. What we are proposing is to move over from FY20, which had about $4.5 million in the FY20 budget for the Flower Avenue project, to move over $1,146,909 for the basic road work part of the project, and to move over $300,328 of the WSSC work, which, the WSSC work's mostly done. There was $2.7 million worth that was budgeted for FY20, and we didn't get it quite done. So there's this $300,000 that is being billed to FY21. The sidewalk work that was a $200,000 grant from Montgomery County for some of the work that didn't get done. We need to move, we need to acknowledge that that the work did get done. We need to move it out of the saying FY21 and recognize that it was already done in FY20. So this is basically cleans up the amounts that were associated with each year. There's no new monies here being spent. It's just correcting which year it should be attributed to. And I know it looks confusing because it's these different lines, but I do appreciate that we had a lot of different monetary sources for this project. And so keeping track of that is part of the responsibility. So I'll just ask if anyone has any questions about the Flower Avenue project.
Can you detail how much money is required, or is there any outstanding money required to finish the project, or are we basically done with this budget amendment?
I believe this is it.
Okay.
I can't say that there might be not something small, but it's essentially done.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank the staff for all the hard work.
Yeah, they did a great job. The next item that's on the budget amendment is an increase. It's $28,300 for that would be coming from our facility maintenance reserve for replacement of HVAC units on the community center. The budget was to replace 4 units. While they were in the process of doing that, a 5th one went down. So we went ahead and had that replaced at the time while the workers were on site. So it cost more. It's $28,300 more that we needed to add into the budget, and that moved forward. The next item on this list is tax duplication funds. When we did the budget, we were told that we would be getting about $198,000 more from Montgomery County for tax duplication than we have had at the frozen level for some time. That amount was put into the budget, that additional almost $200,000. And then at the last minute, half of it was removed by Montgomery County. What happened was that the county council decided that they were going to keep their freeze on, except that 99,000 of this was not in the area that gets frozen. And so that's why we basically got $99,000 more than we've done in previous years, but $99,000 less than we had anticipated for FY21. So this reduces our revenue by $99,000 in the in lieu of police line.
So
Just as, yeah.
did it? So in the budget that we saw in the spring, there was a line for increased tax duplication relative to police.
Correct.
And we knew that. And then at least some of us, at least I
I'm
knew
sorry. I'm
that-
sorry. There was an increase in the road payment and then increase in police. We get to keep some of that, and some of it we don't. We're
Right.
taking it in this. We're making the correction in the lieu of police revenue line. But
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Could I just ask I'm sorry, could I ask a follow-up question on that?
Sure.
So it means that there's, roughly speaking, $100,000 less than we anticipated at the time of the budget's approval for the police. So do they now have to do $100,000 less of something?
It doesn't really go into it's just the general fund. It doesn't go into police or anything else. And frankly, even though it's given these titles, the county, they've just kept us frozen for so long, and they don't even divide it up this way. We try to keep track of it.
Right, okay, but
for an accounting purpose, but that's not how the county looks at it.
But whatever we want to call it, though, on this one, not separate from the others that are part of this amendment, we have approximately 100,000 less than we thought we would have, right? So
That's correct.
So does that in some way mean, now that you're saying we're spending that less, or is it that, are you proposing that would come from the reserves?
Yeah, I mean, we just have less reserve. We have less reserves because.
But then could we also just say, okay, we can't spend that as much money on something now in that amount?
You can always say that.
Well, I mean, I think we ought to at least consider that when we do things like this. So I don't know.
So
if others agree with
that's
me.
fine. I mean, I think that's part of budgeting in terms of, when we have, what we try to do with a budget is estimate what's going to be the revenue and what's going to be the expenditure.
Right.
It's never accurate. It's close, but it's never quite right. That's why we keep looking at it and we go through budget amendments.
But so would you say
When you want to think about, if you want to think about reducing expenditures because of a reduction in revenue, that's perfectly reasonable.
Well, I guess what I wanted to ask is, would you say that the change occurred on their end, on the county's end, because of them holding the line more due to COVID, or is there some other factor behind it?
Yeah, what happened was, I think there was 15 hours notice or something before the county council got together. Many of the county council members didn't even know what was on their agenda, and they got in there and they decided, rather than do what the county executive proposed on tax duplication, they were going to do something different. It completely surprised everybody, including their staff. And so there was, so there's that. Now, I will say that there was a meeting yesterday with Rich Madaleno and others from some of the MML Montgomery County chapter about how to go back and go back to what the county executive was trying to do to get these additional funds. So there's interest in doing that. But, this was late March. Everything was in flux, and that's how the county council acted.
My only point, so in theory, and then we can move on. In theory, the money that we put on hold was partly for direct assistance to COVID, and partly if because of COVID, the funds we got from the county were reduced, we could use the money we put on hold to fill the gap. Is this potentially a case where that could be done? I know it's only $100,000 compared with, we set aside over $1 million, but I'm just wondering if this sort of fits into that one potential use of the set aside funds.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think it is. It's what's going to be looked at and what needs to be looked at kind of quarterly through this fiscal year is how are we stacked up on this?
Okay, thank you.
Right. And so if you go to the next item, I'm going to tell you the next item is going to be taken off of the budget amendment, but it's a good explanation. So the next item is the FEMA emergency assistance reimbursement that the city received of
So
21.
excuse me before you leave
Yes.
the tax duplication. So this is a reduction in what we had estimated, but again, if I got this right, we still want funds than we had before because
Correct.
the county executive had agreed to the proposal to give the city more. Okay, just want to make sure I got that straight.
Yeah, so we got more, but we didn't get as much more.
That's what I was trying to ask. Thank you.
The next item on the list, I will be removing for your action, but let me tell you why. It's a reimbursement for our COVID-19 expenditures by FEMA. We get a 75% reimbursement of eligible expenses. That amount is $21,304.25. After we put this together for you, we realized that all of this actually is associated with FY20. So it will show up on our CAFR for FY20 and not for our FY21. So that's why it'll be taken off of the budget amendment. We should be getting a new FEMA one for FY20. And we're also in discussions with Montgomery County over a large reimbursement on CARES money. But those are not here yet. The next item is a expenditure reduction of $276,116 for workers' compensation. So Councilmember Kovar, this would be where we could add a position. just kidding. But this is one of these areas where we were very fortunate in that we got a real price cut after the budget was put together. So we had taken what we had expended last year. We saw that we had a slight uptick in numbers of cases, but potentially they're not as serious cases as previous cases. And so, but in any event, our HR director, who is new, rounded up a little bit. So she had added about $80,000 to what we had budgeted for the previous year for workers' compensation. After the budget was settled, we received a call from our contact that handles our workers' compensation insurance. And they said, good news. First of all, you got a discount for some of your risk reduction. And then because they were kind of in a different competitive market, they had to lower their rates. And they had to lower their rates, I believe, for public safety and public works employee positions, which are the more costly positions for insurance. And so we ended up with a substantial savings. What this meant was that we ended up with $276,000 less of an invoice than we had expected. So there's that savings for the FY21 budget. Workers' compensation, health insurance, and a couple others, we always have to make an estimate because we don't get the actual invoices in until after the budget is settled. The next items are special revenue funds. We got our grant for the new AF bikeway that we talked about in a recent council member meeting of $475,000. And we got an arts grant of $2,946. Those are the main items that are on the budget amendment. If you don't look at the carryover items, the kind of net balance between the reduction of the revenue from the tax duplication and the increase in balance because of the workers' comp change came to a net increase of funds in our general fund of about $170,000.
Thank you. Any other questions for the city manager on the budget amendment? Councilman Costick.
Yeah, thank you very much for the detailed explanation and for some of the email exchange on some questions I had. I just want to clarify on that last part. So the 170,000 is basically additional funds that we have as a city that we were not budgeting for previously. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to also thank you. I had sent you sort of a spreadsheet, mock-up spreadsheet of how it might be useful for me anyway, the way my brain works, to provide more of a spreadsheet style structure rather than just a narrative. For me, it's hard to read the narrative and really understand where the numbers are coming from and how it's working out. And I really appreciate that you sent around a mock-up spreadsheet as well in terms of what the Flower Avenue project looked like. I appreciate that. And I think just moving forward, I think it's helpful to have those sorts of kind of visual opportunities for people to see the way that the money is coming in and going out, and not just see the changes, but also see the overall numbers, because I think that is in some cases more meaningful in terms of understanding what percentage change the increase or decrease was. So I appreciate that.
We'll try to do that better.
Great. All right.
Thanks very much. I'll bring it back next week, and I will have the FEMA amount off of that list.
Great. Thank you very much. The next item we have on our agenda is the discussion of potential next steps on resident proposal for Dorothy's Woods, the basketball area. And I know our city attorney has joined us. And I'm just gonna, pull up this item. As was noted by a resident earlier today, a number of residents have put forward a proposal to do restore a portion of the property that is right now covered by a basketball court asphalt. And so, but in order to do that, we need a legal review of the covenant. And just as a reminder for folks, Dorothy's Woods was purchased in 2015 at an IRS auction. The primary interest at that time by the council and residents who were part of that purchase was the intent of preserving it as open space. And it is one of the largest undeveloped properties owned by the city of Tacoma Park. In 2017, we did establish a perpetual covenant on the property to run with the land for the purpose of protecting the property from development and conserving it as an undeveloped natural wooded area. So at the moment, what we're looking at is whether or not to ask the city attorney to look at the covenant to see if it is possible for some of the work that has been outlined, or really just to give us feedback on what is possible to do under the covenant in this area. In prior conversations with the city attorney, it was estimated that a review of the covenant could take up to about 10 hours of legal time. That is approximately between about $1,250 to $1,750. So we just wanted to bring this to the full council for discussion in a work session. We will just take a hand vote on this tonight to give direction to the city attorney. But just wanted to see if anyone had any additional comments or questions. Oh, lots of hands. Okay. And again, just to clarify, we're not talking about the proposal tonight. What we're talking about is whether or not to direct the city attorney to look at the covenant. As Mr. Gibson said, the residents who are interested in moving forward with a proposal are still working out some of the things that they may want to do. Councilmember Kovar.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to get a clarification, maybe Mayor, from you or from whoever. When we say we want the Mr. Kornberg to look at the covenant, is it limited specifically just to the basketball piece, or could we look a little broader and just understand in general? For instance, could you take all the non-wooded part and say what it would take to remove the covenant from that? So I guess I'm just trying to me, having a broader idea for what the options were potentially to revise the covenant would be better than just saying that one narrow thing. As much as I understand, that's the specific proposal that's brought us to this point.
Mhm.
I hope what I'm asking is clear. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I agree with you, Councilmember Kovar. I think if we're going to have the city attorney's office look into this, we should get a good legal opinion back on the covenant overall. And I think we could direct the city attorney and get his advice on what direction he needs from us. I think this is the opportunity to get clarification regarding the covenant so that not only this council, but future councils understand what can and cannot be done on the whole property, given the covenant.
With that stipulation, I would support this thing. Yes, thank you.
Councilman Costick?
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Gibson for speaking earlier and giving us some more information about the proposal, and to all the residents who have brought this to our attention and encouraged us to look into this. I think, I know we're not talking about the proposal tonight, but I do think it's an exciting proposal. And I think it is a good idea to look into this space where the basketball court is really not being used at the moment. It's not in good shape. It's not providing really any value as it is, either as a recreational space or an environmental space. So I appreciate the interest of residents in seeking to remedy that and make this a more effective space for us as a community. And as Councilmember Kovar said, I think it makes sense to understand broadly, not just for that space, but broadly what the covenant covers and what the parameters are and what we are allowed to do there. And I think understanding the nuances of that will be really useful to us as we consider this project and as we consider whether, pathways are allowed in this space or other future questions that I think will be useful as we look into our public space management plan and just think through what uses and what plans we want to make long-term for this space. So I support this, and I would urge others to do the same.
Great. I see the city manager's hand up. Did you want to jump in?
Yes, thanks. I'm not going to speak to the merits of this, but I did want to note, given our discussion this evening about racial equity considerations, that we tried to do a more extensive review and included some of the maps. So that's something that I just want to call your attention to. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. I would very much like to see a city attorney review. I would like to see it broader and addressing not just this proposal, but a number of the other suggestions that have been raised for the use of this space and other parts of the woods. And the reason I would like that is to see how it fits in citywide with our public spaces. I've had a number of residents in Ward 2 have said this particular proposal or these kinds of uses are very appropriate. I've had other residents raise equity questions about the best uses of that space. And so for me, I would very much like to see what the limits are on the covenant in terms of uses, both actual uses and temporal, like for how permanent, how long. So I think that's it. I think there's a lot of reasons why we want to have an interpretation of the covenant now that it's been in place for a couple of years. Thank you.
Councilman Searcy.
Hey, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the merit of the resident proposal aside, I think it is just good business practice for us to understand how we can use the land that we own. It would be helpful if we're able to, per Councilmember Kovar's point, be more comprehensive in understanding potential uses, not just not to blow this thing up, but, I'm still slightly confused on where, our legal authorities, given that we have acquired the property versus our legal authorities when we put the covenant in place, because I believe the covenant came before the actual acquisition. I think. I could be wrong about that. But trying to understand how some of those things work and what legal authorities we have in terms of the property as a whole, I think will be helpful. And again, staff, please correct me if I'm wrong in terms of understanding the dynamics, because I know it was pretty dynamic when we were going through it in terms of the covenant and when it was put on the property versus, when we acquired the property in the tax sale.
Yeah, it's not straightforward, but we wanted to make sure that the covenant was on there in case there was somebody that wanted to claim it. So it goes a little bit back and forth. We'd need to get that information to you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, for the city attorney, like as we are thinking about what action supersedes what,
Right.
In terms of what we actually, our rights and what we can actually do with the property, and not just as it relates to this project, but other projects. So again, I just, in my mind, it's just good business practice for us to revisit, that acquisition and, the ownership and how the covenant lays, given that we purchased the property and all of that good stuff. So I support spending some time and resources to make sure that we have some clear understanding of what our legal authorities are. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
I'll be quick. I support having legal counsel review the covenant. I'm just surprised it's taken this long for us to get to this point. I think these are excellent ideas sent to us by residents, so I think we should go for it. Thank you.
Great. All right. I will just ask to see if the city attorney has any specific questions. It sounds like there's direction from the council to move forward on this and ask you to review it. Any clarifying questions before your office undertakes this?
Mayor, no, and thank you and good evening to everyone. I would just say that I'll need background information from staff, which I know Susie will get to me. And obviously, if we think that the estimate for the time is off, we will come back to you and let you know.
Great. And I do think there's a sense of council that we want this to be an expansive look, so that we make sure we understand exactly like what the covenant covers, and just appending and providing for you the current proposal from residents as just a point of information about some of the ideas that have been put forward. So
understood.
Great. Awesome. All right. Well, that takes care of that one. So once we you have a sense, get the records from the staff and have a sense of how long that will take when you start. I know people are really anxious, so we could having an estimate of how long that might take would be good. Knowing that you have the city attorney's office has a lot on their plates these days. We understand that. Great. So the next item is a discussion of emergency ordinance freezing appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees, and emergency ordinance providing for short-term appointments. I've asked Councilwoman Searcy to kind of take point on this one tonight and walk us through some of the draft ordinances that the city attorney has put together for us this evening.
Hello, everyone. You know how I love a PowerPoint, so let me switch over. And Council Member Dabala helped with this. Let's see. All right, can folks see my screen? Perfect. All right, so I'm going to try to make this as quick and lively as I can, given that it is after 10:30. All right. So let's see if my screen is not going to let me move forward. Okay, perfect. All right, so tonight's discussion, we're going to try to cover two things. The first is to determine a temporary process for new committee appointments, and I will walk through that section. And then the second is to, and Mayor, forgive us, we're merging the two agenda items because they are ever slightly related. The second point is to determine whether to institute a new code of conduct requirement for all committee appointees. Okay, so I just want to, I personally needed to take a walk down memory lane, and I'm going to, if you all will indulge me, I'm going to take us all down this walk. So just as a quick reminder, we are doing this because it was a 2020 council priority, right? So we said that one of the things we wanted to do was improve and formalize systems for council appointed committees. We said that we were going to review existing structure, appointment processes and practices for council appointed committees, that we were going to increase efficiency and effectiveness and attract new members to committees, and that we were going to explore innovative ways to engage residents who tend to be harder to reach with the desired outcome of enabling diverse, engaged, productive, and rewarding committee membership. So I just want to make sure that everyone remembers that that is the purpose of why we went down this path of exploring our council processes. So back in 2019, towards the latter part of 2019, early 2020, staff distributed a survey to our committee members, and there were a couple of points that were raised. One, a number of committee members, it was current and former committee members that were a part of this report, stated that the feedback that they had in terms of the level of training and meeting procedures, training on meeting procedures that they received was mixed. There were some members that felt like they needed a little bit more guidance in terms of how to operate within the committees. And then about 80% of the respondents to the survey agreed that their committee could benefit from having members who represent the diversity of the city in terms of race, age, ward, economic status, right? So there's a full report that highlights all of the results, including, whether or not the majority said that they would recommend volunteering on a committee to others. Many said that they, for the most part, understood the goals and the purpose in support of the priorities for the council, the purpose of their committee. So there was a lot of things that folks, in terms of feedback, was very positive, but there were two places in terms of their level of training, but also in terms of diversity on the committees that folks raised concern about. All right, so in June, right before we went on recess, the council committee working group, which consists of staff as well as council member Dabala, I believe the mayor participated as well, shared and presented to the council a list of recommendations. They reviewed feedback from the survey, looked at some of the different processes we had in place, and developed some recommendations on the approaches that we could take as a council to improve our committee appointments, or improve our committee structures, I should say. So one was establish a common structure for all standing committees. The second was clarify leadership roles of council, staff, and committee members. The third was review the purpose of the committees. Fourth was improve committee operations for members and officers. The fifth one was develop tools to increase diversity on committees. And the last was to establish a new appointment process. So again, just to refresh everyone's memory, let's see if my cursor will work. Okay. So when we were talking about improving committee operations for members and officers, one of the things that was brought up or was recommended was a code of ethics, including issues of conflicts of interest and policy on gifts, a committee member contracting guidelines, training about equity consideration, and attendance requirements, okay? So that was one part. This is a subset of all of the recommendations made, but that was one part, and that is, quite frankly, the rationale for why we are talking about later today, the resolution adopting a code of conduct for city committees. And then lastly, establish a new appointment process. The group recommended that we have an annual open application period with a common deadline. It was proposed that we would do that in June. have job descriptions for committee members and criteria matrix for selection, jointly developed by the committee and council, as well as actively seek committee members who represent the diversity of the city in terms of race, ethnicity, gender, income, renters, and owners. So this little bubble just reminds folks of what we have done since those recommendations were put in place. So these recommendations came before us in June. However, we are in the middle of a pandemic. So what we did in Ordinance 2020-25 is we said, okay, we're in a pandemic. Let's go ahead and extend all of the eligible committee members, their appointments until June 30, 2021. That is what we said. And then what we are talking about today is a temporary process for new committee appointments. So I'm going to pause for a second before we jump into the discussion on the process for committee appointments, just to see if anyone does it or has any questions about some of the background in terms of how we got here.
Councilmember Searcy, I just wanted to point out one thing. Earlier this evening, there was a reference to a staff effort to work on committee appointments and the equity process. And that's another piece of this that is in process that we hope to be able to take a look at. But we don't have, obviously, as you heard earlier, we don't have that info now on what they were.
And just another point of clarification on background. We shared the recommendations that were shared with council with all the committees, and I think I met with all or almost all of them over the summer to just give them this background of where this was coming from, and had requested feedback that I believe we've collected and have now from each of the committees. So just as an FYI on that.
Perfect. And just keep in mind, there are a slew of sub-bullets, and if folks are interested, definitely check out the June 3rd council materials. Okay, so just as a quick refresher, because the city clerk provided me with the latest data on our committees. So just as a quick reminder, we have a number of committees, many of which have current levels of membership, but there are a few that are in need of some folks. So there are a number of vacancies on some of the committees. Just as a quick reminder, all of the committees, all of the terms of the folks that are currently on committees are not set to expire until, at a minimum, 2021. So those expirations don't begin until 2021, and this is the month in which that first person would be up for renewal or replacement. Okay. All right. So, what I did was try to develop a quick kind of comparison chart that would help us with talking through the three options that are before council. And so what you see here are the different categories. The first is whether or not the option requires us to completely suspend appointments. This option, this category is whether or not there's an appointment expiration date for any new, if we make new appointments, is there an expiration date in terms of their term, which committees will be applicable, as well as any exceptions that we call out or that was called out in the options that were provided to us. And again, there were three options. The first option was to suspend appointments unless the council determines it is necessary for the BCC to continue functioning. The second option is shorten the term of office for new appointees. And then the third option is to suspend appointments to BCCs except the quasi-judicial. Okay. So now I'm just going to kind of walk through the different options for folks. So in option one, the idea is that we would suspend all appointments. We would not make any new appointments. and that's why there's no term expiration. That would be applicable to all committees. However, the council can determine at its discretion that appointments are necessary to allow a board, committee, or commission to perform its assigned function. Okay, so that's option one. Option two is we would not suspend appointments. We would instead allow and make appointments, but the term of the new appointees would expire on June 30th, 2021. That would be applicable to all committees, and there are no exceptions. The last option is that we would suspend appointments. However, it would only be for non-quasi-judicial committees. And the quasi-judicial committees would be exempt, and the appointments for these committees would adhere to their established term limits. So with that, I'm going to pause to make sure that I know I summarized things pretty high level, but I just want to pause to make sure, from the city attorney or from staff that I didn't miss any nuance.
Thank you, Councilmember. The only thing that I would add is that the council can combine various aspects of these depending on what its will is. Not knowing what the council's will is, I just drafted it this way, but there's a lot of different ways to approach this.
Perfect. Any questions before, because that leads to the next slide. Which is, what are we trying to do?
I have a couple of questions, but maybe just if it's all right, just for right now. I want to clarify. So in the case of option one and the last row there, council can determine, basically, if there's someone who applies who we feel like would diversify this committee, let's say, and make it more representative of the community, that is something that could be considered under option one. Is that my correct understanding?
So that leads to question number one. How are we going to define our discretion, right? And so, we have under option one, and I just want to echo the city attorney's point that we could do whatever we want. We can create a hodgepodge. But when it comes to making the exception, what exceptions do we want to make? Is it to increase diversity? Is it to allow for a group that doesn't have membership to bring on new people? So that's the first question that I have for council, because under option one, we would have discretion, right? And if we use our discretion a lot, then we are in essence, more or less, depending on how we use our discretion, we may more likely than not find ourselves in a situation where we really are just making appointments, depending on who.
Councilmember Searcy, would you mind clarifying one point?
Sure.
So it seems like the idea here, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly, is that if we were to say, for example, not appoint anybody or not appoint to most committees until June 30th, 2021, the implication is that between now and then, we're going to resolve enough of the remaining points in your presentation that we've identified as being something that we need to address, that will then be able to put in place a substantially improved system before June 30th, 2021. Is that kind of the additional piece of this that
yes, and that relates to question number two. So we've already extended the appointments of current committee members until June 30th of 2021. So, you know, if we do a stopgap, for example, which is basically we're not appointing anyone new unless we absolutely have to, or we pursue option 3 where we only appoint new members on, you know, for committees that are quasi-judicial, or however we want to define the exceptions, then we are still on the hook for making sure that we address a number of the other things that were recommended previously, right? So we're, you know, it would still require the council, either the current council or, you know, a future council, to really drill down and make some decisions around all of the recommendations around improving how our committees operate, in order for us to get to the point where we're able to have or feel confident in having new members join. And I will say one of the tentative deadlines in terms of trying to have an open application period, it was suggested that June would be about the right time for staff to have the capacity to do that, right? So with with any option, we, the council, would still be on the hook for addressing those recommendations before we open things up completely for new membership, kind of in a more traditional way in accordance to the recommendations that were made. Councilmember Kovar, does that answer your question?
So this is if I may put another way, we've already decided to extend appointments to June 30th on the assumption that we would take action on these measures that have been proposed, these recommendations that have been proposed. And the question tonight for me is, what do we do in the meantime? Do we suspend everything? Do we let everything go and keep doing one by one, or something in the middle? And those options that are on the slide are the options that we talked about last week, to allow the quasi-judicial, to allow the quasi-judicial plus the grants committee, or to do some, or to do something else.
Correct.
So can I ask kind of a big picture question here? I guess one of the things I'm struggling with is just understanding really what we're trying to achieve with the suspensions, in terms of, I definitely support our work on revising the committees, and I think we need to do that. And I don't think the committees are really working right now. And I'm not really sure that the structure we have for committees in any way, shape, or form is really right anymore. I think we actually need to think a little more transformatively about how we're working with the committees. And I guess I'm wondering, in the short term, what we're trying to achieve with these options. Is this, we don't want to get a whole new bunch of members who are then more difficult to shift around into a new structure, or they only serve for a year and then we say, sorry, we're eliminating your committee, or what, or is this more about achieving our goals, which to me, one of the most critical ones is making these committees more representative, in which case I think probably only number one, maybe number two, or some combination of those two might fit together. I'm just trying to understand what our overall goal is in trying to look at this.
Yeah, sure. So during the last council meeting, there was a question about whether or not folks would be okay with us continuing to make committee appointments, given that we have been doing a lot of work and recognize that there's a number of issues with our committees in terms of diversity and the like, and members of council, and I was one that was included, kind of raised my hand and said, oh yeah, I would be interested in exploring some options that we could consider in terms of an approach that we could take in terms of committee appointments in the short term, because we're going to continue to receive applications from people who are interested. There are some committees that we kind of put the brakes on bringing on new members because, you know, there was needs for transformation. So then the question became one of, okay, so what are we as a council deciding to do until we get to a point where we've completely revamped the committee process as we would like, for people who, either committees that have people that want to cycle off for one reason or another, or currently have a number of vacancies, and people who might be interested in volunteering. What are we telling people who are interested in volunteering in terms of whether or not they can apply? And then what is the criteria that we're using for determining, you know, whether or not to appoint people? Because I think part of the challenge too is that if we appoint people to some of these committees where they have like a 2-year term, and then we turn around, you know, a future council turns around and by June completely revamps things, then that may not be fair for them if they're thinking they're signing up for one thing for 2 years and they're not. So I kind of see this as a way for us to have a conversation about what do we want? I don't think we're debating on, you know, our goals of addressing the committees, because I think that's clear. I think COVID kind of threw a wrinkle in things, and now we have to figure out another stopgap in terms of how we think through and consider filling certain vacancies on committees until we're at a point as a council where we've completely, you know, revamped the committee process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I mean, what I'm kind of struggling with a little bit is both the understanding that I agree with you. I don't think we want to appoint people who are stuck in, you know, they expect to be in a position and then a year later we just, you know, say, sorry, we're changing things around. And I do think we need to change things around. Like I said last week, I think I'm concerned about creating a situation where we're not appointing people to meet our goals of making the committees more diverse, but we're still like receiving input from these committees and they're continuing to function in a way that is advising us, but not actually advising us in a representative way. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. And I think that's a helpful explanation of kind of how the different options would play out.
I will say, as I was going through this process, I started to frankly lean more towards the second option of just really shortening the term for new appointees. I also think it makes sense for us to, as a council, commit to adding language that puts a council on the hook for really clarifying and getting things up and running in terms of the committee processes changes and implementing the recommendations well before this. But I also think that, you know, if we were to take this approach, it wouldn't prohibit us from actively trying to recruit participants of color on the committees that currently have vacancies. The only challenge that I have when it comes to using discretion and the quasi-judicial aspect is that, you know, with quasi-judicial, I couldn't find in the code where we defined that. So we would then have to go through and figure out which committees would we, you know, which committees are quasi-judicial and which committees do we really think are important to have people on, which may be slightly different things. And then with the sole discretion, the only concern that I had was how we could explain to people who might apply that we're just choosing not to fill this position right now. It gets kind of weird, even though we could still have discretion and prioritize appointments for, you know, and trying to recruit people of color. I think that some of the nuance here given where we are as a council with the election and all of that, might make things a little bit trickier. I don't know what others think, but.
No, I think,
I was just going to say that to me, the council needs to deal with this issue. The sooner the better. Not realistic under COVID and other to have gotten it done by now. And in the meantime, we do have some committees that need to function. So I like the option of making some appointments temporarily till June 30th, when the others that we extended expire. And that gives us a deadline. And I like Councilmember Searcy's idea that we add something into the resolution that does clarify that we are intending to have some of this resolved in time for people to be vetted and appointed or reappointed before that June 30th deadline, which is essentially what we discussed when we in the summer when we extended the deadlines, and is what we discussed when we talked about this a week or 2 weeks ago.
I would just say one other thing. We don't have here as one of the options just completely suspending and allowing no exceptions at all, right? Because all of these do allow either one kind of exception or another, or a shorter tenure. And we never have to fill vacancies, even when we have them and there are qualified people. If we decide we want to wait, certainly the exceptions could include either quasi-judicial or another type. So it sort of seems to me, if we combine all of these together and just say, we'll explain to people why the term is shorter, and say we may be appointing people, but it will only be through June 30th. And we're going to, for us, we're going to try to prioritize either situations where the functionality of the committees in question for quasi-judicial purposes in particular, or other examples where we think it helps move the diversity in the right direction. But if we did that, then I wouldn't want to just, as we have more often than we should have perhaps in the past, just sign off on another batch of people on an ongoing, or batches of people on an ongoing basis who don't meet our diversity goals. So I would say, let's say that we were willing to appoint people to shorter terms through June 30th, but that we're not going to approach it from the way we have in the past, where we just keep churning through, but we're going to do it in a more targeted way, either for diversity or for quasi-judicial. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, so what is on the table is a hybrid, so to speak, of all three. So we're saying that we are temporarily suspending appointments, except at the council's discretion. The council can appoint people to a committee based on a number of factors, including quasi-judicial committees. However, that appointee, their term would expire June 30th, 2021.
That works for me.
I mean, I could support this Councilmember Kovar's proposal. My big concern is that we're not really going to change anything. I've said it before. I don't think that many residents that would want to serve on a committee are interested in the committees we have. So until we come up with a soup to nuts different way of recruiting people, I don't see how any of this will change, but I think Councilmember Kovar does have a proposal that is worth considering.
I agree with Councilmember Smith in terms of the concerns for the committee structure itself. And I think longer term, we might want to look at some totally different structure where we're actually connecting with kind of grassroots level organizations, like connecting with tenant associations, connecting with neighborhood associations, and sort of feeding recommendations and feedback through that structure rather than necessarily having these formalized committees. And I think there is a lot of value in having the committees. And I've served on a committee myself, and I know many of them do great work. But I just increasingly have concerns about whether that structure at all is really working. And I feel like we've been talking for 3 years. The whole time I've been on council, we've been talking about how we want to diversify the committees. And I think these plans are a new step, and it's something different that might be more effective. But I feel like we've tried a lot, and we haven't really been able to be as successful as we had hoped. So I do think some major changes do need to be made. And I also have heard from some committee members, last week I said I wondered if we should just suspend the committees entirely. And I talked with some committee members who I expected would feel very strongly that shouldn't be the case, and was sort of surprised to find that some people felt like their committees just really weren't functioning in a variety of different committees. And so I think we do really need to look broadly at how these committees are working, what recommendations we're receiving from them in the next year. And if we really don't think we're going to have them be active, then it might not also be fair to appoint people. So I think part of it is kind of defining what we're thinking for the next year in terms of what these committees are going to be doing. On a more granular level, I'm not sure I totally understand what Councilmember Kovar's proposal is in terms of how it brings in option number 3. But otherwise, I understand. I understood the proposal.
Well, I was basically just saying that we go with 2, but that instead of saying no exceptions, say that the exceptions are the 2 exceptions that appear in 1 and 3.
So quasi-judicial committees
So
would have
we're
longer
allowing
appointments.
Not suspended, but we're only doing them in the exception cases, I guess is how I put it.
Right. Yeah. So it's my understanding, Councilmember Kovar, and let me see if I can edit in real time because that might help.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, folks. All right. So it sounds like to me that we are suspending appointments. However, we would have, so I guess this could be, appointment suspended will be maybe. I know this isn't proper, but what you're proposing, let me clear this up. Just give us another chart. Okay, so it sounds like we're basically suspending appointments except for, making appointments at council discretion. Right? And so anyone that we would appoint would be basically only for the short term. That in theory would be, for the most part, do we want to spell out quasi-judicial, or does it matter? It's applicable to everyone. We're basically saying we're suspending comprehensive appointments. We'll make appointments at council discretion. Any appointments that we make terms will expire June 30th, and then that will be applicable to all committees. So basically, the council will decide at its discretion when to appoint people.
But with an emphasis on either diversity or effective operation of quasi-judicial.
My
May I
recommendation.
raise something here? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'll defer to the attorney.
Oh, thank you. Susan. No, I would just, my recommendation would be that it's clear that you're appointing people to the quasi judicial bodies and that everything else is at your discretion with the term limitation. It would be a difficult situation not to have the quasi judicial bodies filled.
So
if I could speak just for a moment, I think one of the things that's a little bit tough here is just trying to do these in categories rather than some specific committees. Yes, I think the quasi-judicial committees need to be filled, and I know I guess 3 committees, and whether they're, I guess 2 are quasi-judicial, Tree Commission and COLTA, and then there's the Grants Review Committee, which has very few. One of the things that I would hope that the council would do and I don't think it's tonight, but identify, to me, there's like 3 kinds of committees. There's the quasi-judicial ones that you really need to have filled for business to take place. And then you've got 2 sets of committees. You may want to have a committee, it works pretty well, and you may have an opportunity to appoint somebody to help diversify that committee, and you're happy about it and you want to move forward on it. But there's a number of committees that are not working well or would not be welcoming to a person of color right now, or, it just might not function. And so that may, you may want to kind of have a short list about, here are the committees that, potentially you could add somebody to if a really great candidate was identified. But it might just be useful as you go forward, to have a bit of a working list about your approach on this. Again, I think you have to do the quasi-judicial. I could argue that having a June 30, 2021 date for a quasi-judicial position might not be a good idea, because you're learning how to do that quasi-judicial work, and it's a fairly short time frame, but that's up to how you want to handle that.
I would just say, I think Noise Control Board falls within that category too, probably.
So I just want to, I guess, it sounds like somewhat ad hoc approach based on what we know about the respective committees and who comes in. And I think what I'm just trying to understand is whether or not we are really changing much. If everything is to some degree at the council's discretion. So I guess I'm just trying to make sure that I understand, what it is that we are trying to, do. So it's basically are we really tweaking the ordinance if we're going through and prioritizing specific committees that we feel comfortable with making appointments to?
I guess I would say that, I feel like shortening the term of office, the number 2 option, the way it's laid out here, is the way we should go and is the cleanest. A council always has discretion on whether or not to appoint people. We can decide, given the pool of applicants, that we don't have to appoint someone just because they apply. And I think Councilmember Kovar stated this before. And I think we can look at and be more discerning for each committee when we do have applicants, and have more of a discussion about who is begin to put in place something. Councilman Searcy, you had in an earlier slide and really begin to think about what are the things that a committee needs in terms of diversifying, but also in terms of, speaking more towards the skills and other things that we want on a committee, and be more committed moving forward to having those discussions for all the committees. So for me, it's I think the cleanest one is option 2, shortening the term and then committing as a council, and leaving as a hopefully for the next council as they're doing this work, to actually spend more time. And maybe we could think about a process that we could put in place, maybe ask the city clerk that when we create the cover sheets and the work sessions for when we're considering applications, that includes a chart of the current committee with a breakdown of the members by different characteristics, so that we actually have a discussion of that as we're considering appointments. Because right now we kind of just do it as people apply, and we look at individual applications without considering the overall makeup and composition of a committee.
And Mayor, could I just suggest one thing about that? I agree with you. And I think what we should do is before the names have that information before the names are formally presented to us, because we don't want to, if we don't want to go forward with certain applications, we don't want to be publicly voting them down if they just don't, fit in with where we want to go. So I think the sharing process prior to, if there's a way to do it.
I think we run into Open Meetings Act issues, and that was one of the reasons why we started doing, and we moved over the last couple of years at the actually recommendation of the city clerk, that the way we had done this prior, which was mainly over email, was probably not the most appropriate way to do it.
But if Terry Siemens, for example, presents them as he has done in the past, but there's not a voting time, that's the point at which we could say, you know what, I'm not sure we want to go forward with these now.
Right, exactly. And
that avoids the problem of voting a bunch of people down that maybe we don't.
Right, and that's what we have been doing. We've done a work session, and then the next week we've had the vote. And so what I'm recommending is that at that work session, instead of just reading names, we ask the city clerk to also include the composition of the current committees, and commit to actually having that be a much more robust discussion of at each time, for considering each committee, and even requesting maybe input from the chairs of the committee on who do they think needs to be appointed, the type of person or whatever, the skills that they need, so we can take that into consideration as well. So I guess I would vote for maybe doing the simpler option and option 2, and moving forward in that direction, and putting in processes as we're doing our work sessions on appointments.
So that sounds okay to me. I want to make one more point about leaving it more broadly to discretion. I worry that if we, and it's not realistic for us to be improving the recruitment process this very minute. I worry that if we say we will do short-term appointments at our discretion and not specifically identify the committees right now that we know need bodies, but leave it more open, that will encourage some committees to continue, not committees, it will encourage us to continue the practice of appointing people one by one. And yes, we can look at I like the idea of looking at the composition of the committee, asking the committee chairs. I think those are important things that we should specify right now, but it still is a little problematic with folks who want to be on a committee and there's nothing to compare them to. Without fixing the recruitment process, that makes me a little uncomfortable. And I would be happier saying that we know we need to make appointments to a couple of the quasi-judicial bodies and the grants committee for the purpose of their functioning. And I would want to leave it at that if we can. So first, the simpler approach, short-term appointments, gives time to work on the process. Second, a couple of pretty easy tweaks in terms of what we consider when we consider an appointment, the demographics of the committee, the view of the chairs of the committee. But also, I would like to see it restricted to those committees that need bodies to function between now and June 30th. Was that clear enough?
Mayor, I think Jessie had her hand up. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Oh.
I was on the fence. I took it back
I
down.
didn't see it. Sorry, Jessie. I'm sorry.
No, that's well. If I may suggest, whatever you decide in terms of giving direction to the city attorney to draft something for the next meeting or the meeting after that, it might be helpful to again look at the chart of membership. It is the case that we know the Grants Review Committee and the Tree Commission are the two committees that absolutely will not be able to function without members. And I can confirm with all the other committees, but I am pretty confident that everyone could continue through June 30th with the membership that they have, if the members decide to, unless people resign in the meantime. I just wanted to note that because I see you struggling trying to decide what committees you would appoint members to, and I think you don't really need to do that. I would recommend that you focus on the groups that you know you need you need people to fill positions. That is my suggestion. The other thing to consider is how would we advertise in terms of the council discretion, if you're considering making appointments to many of the committees, how would we advertise those vacancies? What would we be advertising for exactly?
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm hearing, that I'm kind of capturing what I'm hearing. So it sounds like there is a desire to make sure that we clearly communicate the priority committees that we are prioritizing for appointment, and that we acknowledge that the council, of course, has discretion in its appointment. It sounds like the city clerk is saying that should we decide, we haven't tackled this piece yet. We're down here with the exceptions and discretion, but it sounds like the city clerk is saying that we could suspend all appointments if we wanted to, and make the exception for specific committees that we know cannot function without additional appointments. The question would still remain, would we want to limit the term for those appointees?
I would say yes.
Okay, so it sounds like I feel like we're getting close. I know it's 11:19, but we are getting there. All right, number one. How do people feel about suspending appointments with no exception? Meaning we are not appointing anyone. Does anyone want that option on the table? I see lots of glazed eyes, so I'm going to take that as a no. All right, so it sounds like suspending appointments with exception is the way people want to go, right? So we're saying we are not appointing people except in these cases. Okay, so, all right. All right, now, so we're saying we're gonna take people on. Now, are we going to limit the terms of the people we take on? Are we going to limit the amount of time they can serve?
I say yes.
Yes.
I think it depends on why we appointed them, but I'm open to it. But I think for those quasi judicial boards, we might want to think about a longer appointment for the reason that maybe the city manager mentioned. I can't remember who mentioned it.
Okay, so it sounds like, I think we could do this. We're the council. It sounds like we're going to say that new appointments, it sounds like most people are saying appointments expiration would be June 30th, but we can add language that would allow, depending on the committee, exceptions can be made or something to that effect. So like, for example, city clerk for the tree commission, like are those appointments, those terms are normally
They are three-year terms.
3-year terms.
Yes.
So wait, can I ask a question? If the, I lost track. If the exceptions are only for the quasi judicial and the grant committee, is that what we're saying the exception is for now? Then if we're gonna extend the terms for the quasi judicial, then the only appointments that would expire June 30th, 2021 would be the grants committee. So just make it then, I don't know. I think we're making this a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. If we're saying we're limiting appointments to, I just want to make sure I understand where we are. If we're saying we're limiting appointments to only the quasi judicial and the grants committee for the moment, and we don't want to have their terms expire for the quasi judicial on June 30th, 2021, because we think that's too soon, then it seems to me we're adding a complication only for the grants committee. Did I follow that right?
I guess I thought that we were talking, I didn't feel like we got to the point yet where we decided whether or not this was only for certain committees or for all committees.
I agree.
Okay, we're not, okay. I understand what with exceptions meant. I got confused at that point.
But I also think if we're committing to revamping the committee structure, committee process, and the committee recruiting system, which I think we are, I don't think we should be making longer term appointments right now.
Let folks know the city clerk and the city attorney have their hands up.
Can I just toss in a question that maybe you can answer as you do this? My question is, are those committees, the quasi judicial committees, term limited? Because that's where I am concerned about the shortened term.
What I would say, Mayor, I don't know if you were calling on me, but the what I would say with respect to the term issue is, if you're going through this revamping process, you'll have the ability to address the terms going forward as part of that process. You also, since we're extending appointments to 2021, by shortening these to 2021, you have them matched up so we can start them going forward from June 30th, 2021. So I wouldn't, my recommendation is not to worry too much about the appointments duration at this time period, because you can hit reset with the code with whatever you're doing going forward.
And we could always appoint extend somebody's appointment.
Or reappoint them.
Right. Does the state clerk want to jump in?
Just only on one point, and that is with the Grants Review Committee, because of the way the grant cycle runs, their work is basically completed by June 30th anyway. I mean, in terms of making recommendations to the council. But of course, if you continue with the Grants Committee, they can be reappointed by the council as well.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to keep pushing. So we said we are suspending appointments with exception. We are not at risk by saying that any appointment will have a term limit of June 30th. That means we are syncing up with all of the other processes that we're trying to revamp. We are saying now, this is the piece, let's talk about the exceptions, right? We're almost there, y'all. We're almost there. So we said the Grants Committee, Tree Commission, right? Are there any other priority groups, priority committees?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand. Is this would be us only appointing people to those committees is what the proposal would be?
Yep, because we've said we are suspending appointments except for priority committees, those committees that cannot function without new appointments. The other committees, per the city clerk, have enough members that they can currently function. So Councilmember DeBala raised 2 points. One is, can we clarify the priority committees that we are going to prioritize appointments to? And the other is, do we want to add any language about exceptions for the purpose of diversity?
I would not support us only limiting this to certain committees, but keeping it open and using our discretion to appoint new members who are more representative, and not appointing people who are going to who may apply but aren't necessarily part of our goal here. And I think the other thing I would like to see is us in the short term ask the people who are remaining on the committees and any new appointees that we make, and maybe this probably is not applicable to groups like the Tree Commission, although I'd love to hear their input on it as well, but to ask those committees in this kind of weird in limbo year to focus on providing us with a report in terms of what they think is working well in their committee, what they think is not working well in their committee, and how we can build more diverse committees. So that some of their work, what they're doing is trying to kind of give us a report out in terms of what they're doing in those committees and how things are going.
Okay. So then it sounds like what you're proposing is for the exception, we just say the council can determine at its sole discretion that appointments are necessary to allow the committee to perform its assigned functions and adequately represent the diversity of the community.
Yeah, I think that sounds right to me.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so I think that then means we might have made a decision. All right. So that appointments are temporarily suspended with exceptions. That would be applicable, I guess, for lack of better words, to all. The council will have the ability at its discretion to make appointments necessary to allow for the board, committee, or commission to perform its assigned functions and adequately address the diversity of the community. Any new appointments would have an expiration date, have a term limit of a term expiration of June 30, 2021.
Sounds good. Great.
Everybody, right? I can't see the faces.
I know, it's hard to see when we're in like this. All right, so I think then we just ask if the city attorney could make that happen in an ordinance that we could vote on. Does the city attorney have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, so you got the direction. All right, we're done with this one. Thank you, Councilman.
All right. Okay, so now I have the pleasure of turning things over to Councilmember Dabala, who, we only got one slide on this one, y'all, to talk about the new code of conduct requirements for committee appointees.
Yeah, I hope this is going to go a little quicker. So what you have in front of you for your packet on the code of conduct is edits that were suggested by council members, by committee members, and by the city attorney that fall into several categories. So you may recall we, as Councilmember Searcy said a while ago, this is something that was recommended out of the process of looking at committees generally so that expectations are clear for committee members. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. There appeared to be general agreement to adopt it with some changes. So the areas of, rather than go through it line by line, I'll summarize the areas of change and where they came from, so you can we can then discuss any that are still problematic for you. So 2 weeks ago, we talked about the comments we'd received from committee members that there was no reference to how you would report violations, what the process was. And so in this, as we discussed, we're not identifying a specific process. We are asking staff to develop a process and come back to us. We're saying that we acknowledge that we need one and we want to see the details from city staff. The second one had to do with, as written, members were committing to revisit the code and recommit every year. That seemed a little, on reflection, by a lot of people, it seemed a little excessive. So now it says upon appointment or reappointment, and not every year. The third area was conflict of interest, not just financial, but with community group membership on specific issues. It was raised by members of several different committees that if somebody is a president of the PTA and they're on the grants committee and their PTA is up for a grant, well, that's financial, that's a no-brainer. But if they are on another committee and they're on a PTA and there's a policy recommendation being discussed that directly affects that PTA, that at that point, they would need to make clear that they have a significant responsibility in the PTA and the PTA has position on that. So not a full financial disclosure form, the kind of stuff that we have to do on the council, but at the time of an issue being raised. So it's again, this is a code of honor mostly. The responsibility is on the individuals. This is an area that several different committees raised as needing a little more fleshing out in the code of conduct. So there are words in here about that. The fourth area is the Ethics Commission. There was feedback from them that they wanted their role to be more specifically defined, that they see their expertise as in the financial conflicts of interest, material conflicts of interest. And so there's that's clarified. It's not left as open-ended to have them be wondering whether they were going to wind up being the reporting process for everything. That was never the intent. And last is a point that the city attorney raised, that in the resolution, we talk about the city council imposing sanctions other than removal, short of removal, and that if we choose to do that, we would want to amend the city code, which only talks about sanctions, removal sanctions, and not any other options. So it being 11:35, I'm just hitting the high points here. We're not voting on it this week, but these are the areas that were, with the help of Council Cover and of course with Council members Searcy, that we developed some further language to reflect some of the concerns that were raised by committee members and by the city attorney. Any comments or questions?
So with this code of conduct, if someone is appointed to a committee, they're given a packet with all of these points in it, and then they have to sign off on that? Is that how it would work?
That's the way that it does work in other communities, yes. So as part of your welcome packet, you are, if you recall back in the slides of the things that are recommended, there's a recommended orientation or training for new committee members, and clearly this would be a piece of it. Just like when we all became council members, we received orientation and training, and one of the things was in ethics and conflict of interest.
Have you considered or thought about taking some parts of this and putting together like an oath and having committee members swear an oath to make sure? I mean, I don't know if just signing off on and the training would be enough. I think it's just something to consider.
There are a couple of examples of that, of communities that go the next step to the oath, but most of them have the written code as a signature rather than a formal swearing in.
It just
if that helps you any.
Yeah, it reminds you of the importance of this position, and that you need to carry yourself in a certain way rather than just signing a contract,
Yeah. Okay.
Just something to consider.
Yeah. Other comments or questions?
Yeah, if I could interject just a couple of things. I think the document is much improved, but I had just a couple of questions. One, I think the question that you discussed, Councilmember Duvall, about the membership in community groups and how that would work. It's a very delicate area, and we don't want to discourage people who are members of groups from participating in a committee. And so we went back and forth some on that. And I think it sounds like what you're saying, and maybe you can clarify or confirm this, that if somebody is a member of a group, it's not that they have to submit a written statement or that they have to recuse themselves from the vote, but they should just indicate that before the vote takes place, that they are a member of a group, some policies of which might get implicated by what the committee is doing. Is that sort of what you're saying?
What I hope I said is that no, there's no financial, like the financial reporting, nothing like that. But at the time an issue is discussed in a committee, that when they offer their opinion, they make clear that their opinion is their personal opinion and the opinion of some group that they have significant responsibility in, assuming that to be true.
So that's one point. And then the second one is, and this is referenced in there, but I guess this is a pretty fundamental question, is if it's not a conflict of interest question, it's going to go to the ethics committee, but it's some other type of improper, as defined in this code, improper activity, and it's going to be reported through some other process that we haven't yet come up with. Is there a way to really ensure that there's independence there in the review? And secondly, and related, and this connects back to what we just talked about with the committee appointments, can we have people sign it, or does it work for people to sign it if they're signing something and they don't know yet what the review process will be like, since we haven't?
So there are 2 points there. The first one, in the whereas that describes the confidential process for reporting violations, it specifically says, including an option for independent review, which I believe was your suggestion. I know it's late. And the other point, since we are not making a lot of new appointments, that's a less pressing question. The effective date of this for all the existing members is something that we would want to specify. Okay. Do we want it to be effective now, which I would prefer, or do we want it to be effective at some future date after the reporting process is finalized? Okay. Which gives people notice that this is coming up, but doesn't, in my mind, really address the urgency of and the importance of having a code of conduct in place. But that is something for the group to decide.
I have an unrelated thought. I think this is a really minor thing, but one I think it's number 5 maybe, says conduct of public meetings, and it lists both focus on the business at hand and refrain from making personal comments not germane to the business of the body. And I completely understand the reason for this, and certainly we want committees that are professional and focused on what they're doing. But I also think, just in terms of some of my interactions with the committees and some of the kind of cordial, friendly environment that we want to create as well, I also don't want it to be so restrictive that people feel like, if these aren't places where people feel like they can, enjoy themselves and feel welcome, then I also don't know that that's a good situation. So I wondered if others would be supportive of maybe keeping in the focus on the business at hand, but removing making personal comments not germane to the business of the body.
Because if you ever have been to a rec committee meeting, there's a lot of side comments that are not germane to the business of the body.
I was actually thinking about the rec committee meeting that I've been to, which I felt like was generally a very nice atmosphere compared to some other, more serious conversations.
There's also snacks, I just want to say. Well, I would be open to that. So hearing no other discussion on that, you might consider making an amendment on that one when we vote on it.
Sure, I can do that.
Unless there's somebody else who has a comment on it.
Take it out now.
Pardon?
If nobody objects, we could just take it out now before we post it for next week.
That you can say that, not me.
Well, unless somebody wants to make the point of keeping it in and have discussion next week, but it'll make next week go a little faster. And then it also gives members of the public who would review this before we see it, the opportunity to review it with the change.
Works for me. Hearing no objections. Moving on. So I'm just checking if there's any, well, I guess I can't check if anybody's hand is up. Never mind. So the only other thing I wanted to touch base on was to make sure that I had explained the, I think we included all of the city attorney's concerns in this draft. And I would just ask that if he wants to take a quick look at the latest version in the next couple days to make sure that we did address them, that would be helpful. Anything else on this one?
No, just, I guess for next week, I'm not sure we resolved the issue of when it goes into effect. So I think that's the only thing that we don't necessarily have to decide tonight, but when we vote on it next week, we will have to.
Right. So as it, if I understand it correctly, what it's written now that it goes into effect immediately. So we would probably want some date by which, I see it as to some degree a logistical question for the city clerk. When would be a reasonable time for this to be implementable? And maybe we start with that in the draft, and then if someone wants to amend that, we can talk about it at that point. How does that sound like? Sounds as a plan?
That's good.
Okay. So I'll double back with the city clerk on that, and we'll go from there. I think that's it.
Good. Well, you have the next thing too.
The next thing is thank you for, topics. Sorry.
Principles of the council compensation.
Right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were moving on.
I think we can say good night to the city attorney.
Good night.
Good night, city attorney. Thank you for your help. So what you have in front of you is a draft of principles of council compensation. It's a complete rewrite that the task force did of the 2003 principles of compensation. And if you recall back in, I want to say February or March, when they presented to us their findings generally, they said very emphatically that the 2003 principles of compensation are out of date for a number of very important reasons, that they don't reflect the reality of council work today. They don't reflect the purposes of why people do it. As you know, they recommended that compensation look very different. And when we talked about this during the budget discussions, we also touched on the principles of compensation again and agreed again, I thought that that with the task force that they needed to be revised. So this is simply putting in front of you the principles that they recommended that we adopt. And I don't have them up in front of me at this moment. So I guess I should take questions or comments on this. To me, it's a pretty straightforward fulfillment of what I thought was an agreement we all came to last spring, that we supported the recommendation to update these principles. And these are literally the words that they suggested at the time for revising the principles of compensation. So the first question being, is there anyone who has a concern about adopting a revised set of principles? Then the second one would be, are there any particular questions, specific items that in the list of principles that you would like to discuss? So again, there in November, November of last year, we appointed a task force. In April, they presented their findings, and this was one of the main ones. We weren't able to, during the budget, we weren't able to approve the recommendations that they had for salary and compensation, but we did talk about agreeing generally with the direction they presented, and this is the foundation for that, the 2003 Principles of Compensation.
I have a question.
Yes.
If I can. How do you define fair and reasonable when it talks about compensation? Fair and reasonable. How do we come to that conclusion?
It's fair and equitable.
Is it equitable?
If you're talking about the new one,
That's what the new language would be. The City of Tacoma Park is committed to the fair and equitable administration of compensation, which includes salary and benefits.
And okay, I just opened the one on the website. So
right, and that's exactly the point.
So how do we define equitable? What would that look like?
So I think that the point here is not that you guys define it, but that the committee defines it when they're doing their every 4-year assessment and review of compensation. This is supposed to be advice for them as they're considering what to recommend for the council compensation.
And
that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a definition for it, but it really, it's for
right.
them, I think, to interpret.
Right, and I'm just trying to make sure, I mean, it's been forever since these points have been updated. So I want to make sure that when there is a future committee that looks at it, they're not stuck on what do these terms mean? How do we come to some type of conclusion that actually represents what a previous compensation committee wanted to move forward for the council?
I think on this, frankly, I mean, I think that potentially the most important element that is maybe a little bit different has to do with, excuse me, that the compensation needs not to be comparable with municipalities of similar size, given the differentiation of activities and interest that happens in Tacoma Park. And I think that was one of the things that they focused on. But also I'm trying to remember from back then too.
Okay.
They were also very concerned that that the approach to council compensation enable residents of all walks of life and backgrounds to be able to consider serving as council. So equitable in that respect. So if that helps any.
And do we need to say that, or because I don't think by just saying equitable is enough.
Well, it does say,
Okay.
in the last whereas clause, it says, there's a need to proactively create conditions which allow residents of all racial and socioeconomic backgrounds to consider public service. And then it says the purpose of the compensation is to provide us with salary and non-salary benefits to help ensure that all residents have a fair chance to run for city elective office. So that kind of gives the context for it.
But the important part here is it's the language after that which would go into the code. And which people would be looking at. They wouldn't necessarily look at the action item. And so if there's something that you want to add, a sentence that you want to add in there, I think it should be more in the numbered 1 through 6 items, which tend to be the things that people would look at, as opposed to the whereas provisions.
Okay.
I had one other unrelated matter. Yeah, but I don't want to jump ahead if we're still talking about that.
No, I'm finished.
And this is a small thing, and if everybody disagrees with me, I'm fine with it. But in item 3, it says, in recognition of the high quality community-centered services rendered by the city council. If we're passing this, I just don't feel like we should be the ones who are saying that it's high quality. I mean, that's for others to decide. I think it's okay to say it's community-centered.
This also struck me as a little awkward, so I'm supportive of rewording that.
Okay, something like, in order to provide high quality community centered services or something like that, or to ensure or to support or something like that.
I think the point here had to do a lot with your work level. I mean, so high quality may be the wrong term, but more intensity of the level of work, I think was what was trying to be reached.
Maybe challenging is the right word.
So in recognition of the type of services, the challenging and community-centered services that the council provides. Okay, that works for me.
Should it say late night? Just saying.
In recognition of the late night challenging community-centered services. So I looked at this as Councilmember Smith was just starting to do in comparison to what we currently have from the 2003. And this is, I think, a really important and valuable update. And it is not terribly specific, but the 2003 principles are not either. And I think that's, as the city manager said, that's probably appropriate because it's not us that's interpreting it. It's task forces as they periodically meet to recommend compensation levels. That said, if someone wants to suggest words for number 1 on equitable, that could be good. Are there any other concerns? I'm sorry if I'm not explaining this as well as I could tonight. Are we ready to go to a vote on this next week? 2 weeks from now? When is it?
Next week, I think. Yep. All right. I think we're done with this for tonight. We'll bring it back for a vote. If people have changes, please send them in. Can we do 90 seconds on the election?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Duvall.
Sure. I could do 90 seconds on the election.
Now you only have 60. No, sorry.
So yeah, as the city manager noted earlier, the county drop box is deployed and the city drop boxes are wrapped and really quite beautiful. And I'd like to show them quickly,
yeah,
if I can figure out how to do it. So not much is happening that is worth announcing at this point, but there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, of course. We've set dates for when staff and Board of Elections members will be available to the public, and that will run from October 26th through the day before the election. We've committed to be at the community center, to have people available at the community center at the back entrance, or available to go to the back entrance to meet people from 9 to 5, including weekends during that period. So to provide voter assistance, to register voters, and in fact, to let people vote if they want to do it that way. So we'll be publicizing that. And I think that's basically what's new at this point. I'll say again that I am hearing on the phone calls I'm getting from people, and I'm sure you all know this, I'm just hearing so much concern from people about, they're so concerned about voting by mail that they don't want to request a mail-in ballot and they want to go vote in person for the presidential election. And that does concern me. I'm trying to let people understand that these secure ballot drop boxes are available and no one has to put their ballot in the mail, that they can get the mail-in ballot and just put it in the secure drop box. So, and of course, people can vote in person if that's what they choose to do. But I just want to make sure that people understand how secure the drop boxes are and that it is not a post office function to use the drop boxes.
One of the things that people have been asking me is, so what does it mean to be secure, right? Are people watching over it? Is it emptied every day? Like what
Yes.
happens?
Yeah, so they'll be they'll be bolted down, so they're not, you're not going to be able to walk away with it. They are under video surveillance, and they will be emptied twice a day.
Okay. And then the one other question that I got, and this connects to large apartment buildings, and you don't have to give the answer now if you don't want, but something for us to think about. Could there be a way that large numbers of ballots filled out in one apartment building could be brought somehow by someone to be dropped off, or do people literally have to do it themselves?
I am not aware of a prohibition of you dropping off a friend's ballot in the ballot box. I would hope that people would be really careful about who they give their ballot to drop it off for them.
So you said that the general election drop box is in place. Does that mean it's open now?
It is open. It's ready to go.
It's in place, and I could come tomorrow morning and put my ballot in.
You could go there now and put your ballot in.
Yeah, we don't have all the signs up. And so it's underneath the walkway on the lower level Maple Avenue parking lot. It's secure, but we're getting a lot of directional signage. We're making sure that nobody's parking near it so that it's easy to go there and feel welcoming. And that the signage and stuff's not up yet. We're trying to get it as quickly as we can. So it's there. It's also a small box. I'll just say it just keeps striking me as a small one. I saw somebody was putting a ballot in today when I was there, and so it's apparently on the Montgomery County website. It's identified as being there.
And then just to be, I really am. Oh, there they are. Oh, they're lovely.
So these are the city's boxes. They are amazing. So they're not in place, but I just wanted to show them to you.
And they will be in place by October 9th?
Before anybody has ballots, they'll be in place.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I know you said this, but do say it again. So from the 26th of October till the day before the election, voters can get questions answered, they can register, and did you say they can vote?
Well, essentially they can. I mean, if they didn't get a ballot in the mail, if they,
okay.
I mean, yes, essentially they can vote. Now, this is a city election only. But we would, so we would come out to the back entrance. We'll have some setup back there at the back entrance to the parking lot so that if people either make an appointment or let us know that they're there when they arrive, we'll be down there to meet them and help them with whatever they need.
Thank you. Thank you for all of this. This is awesome.
Yeah, the ballot boxes are really cool. I just want to go back and clarify. I think it was, I can't remember, it was Councilmember Smith's or someone else's questions regarding the ballots and dropping them off. It's not allowed, though, if I'm correct, for someone to like collect ballots, say at an apartment building and deliver them, right?
I honestly don't know, but I don't know the answer to that.
I think that would be important.
Yeah.
So to clarify that.
Yeah, because but before anyone gives their ballot to somebody, I hope they know who it is. So I will get information on that. I'll find out tomorrow and share that.
Great. I had a question about whether or not the dates that are up on the city website for when ballots are going to be mailed out is up to date, or if there's been any changes on that.
As of now, it is. We're saying if people don't get their ballot by October 14th, they should start calling or emailing.
Cool. Great.
And I also just want to give a shout out to Jesse and Irma and Donna, who have been working really hard. I know Irma was doing some translation stuff today. We're trying to make sure that the newsletter has all the information for the election. It's correct. And, it's been an enormous amount of work. I appreciate Jessica's been working a lot with the actual ballot boxes and the arrangements for that. We a lot of attention to it, so I think it will be well run. So I appreciate their work very much.
Great. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to City Clerk for the update on the elections. Thank you to Councilwoman Searcy for walking us through the committee appointments, and Councilwoman DeBala for walking us through the code of conduct and council compensation. And once again, thank you to the Deputy City Manager for the great presentation on racial equity. So a little past midnight, but better than 1 a.m. So we have 3 more meetings before the city election. So take a look at the agenda and everything that's coming up, and I'll see you all next week. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.